It's funny how a quiet, steady routine can make you feel invincible, like nothing truly strange could ever puncture its predictable rhythm. I was 28 back then, fresh out of my master's program in library science, and convinced I had the world by its dusty, index tail. My dream job wasn't some bustling city archive, but the exact opposite, the Blackwood County Public Library. Nestled deep in the heart of rural Maine, Blackwood was less a town and more a scattering of old farmhouses and dense pine forests, wrapped around a single main road. The library itself was an old stone building, built in the late 1800s, with a permanent scent of old paper and wood polish that I'd come to love. My official title was head librarian, which sounded grand, but really meant I was the only librarian. Mrs. Henderson, a kind woman in her 60s with a permanent wave in her hair, handled the checkouts and returns during the day. I was the one who cataloged, preserved, and generally kept the place running, often long after the last car had crunched away from the gravel parking lot. And that, right there, was my initial vulnerability. I was always alone, usually at night. Most nights I cherished the solitude. The only sounds were the creaks of the old building settling, the wind whispering through the ancient oaks outside, and the soft rustle of my own movements. It was perfect for focused work. Tuesdays and Thursdays were my late nights, after Mrs. Henderson left at 5 p.m. I'd grab a quick lukewarm dinner from my lunchbox, then dive into the real challenges, the grant applications, the inventory audits, the deep cataloging of obscure local history texts that no one else ever touched. This particular Thursday, the air was heavy, thick with the promise of a coming storm. The sky outside had turned an unsettling bruised purple by the time Mrs. Henderson locked up, leaving me to the quiet. I remember joking with her about ghosts as she pulled her jacket tighter. "Don't let the resident specter scare you, dear," she'd said, her eyes twinkling. "Just make sure all the lights are off when you leave." I'd laughed it off, secure in the knowledge that any ghosts were just my imagination playing tricks in the shadows. My main task that evening was a particularly dry one, reorganizing the fiction section. For reasons lost to time, the previous librarian had a bizarre system for thrillers, mixing them with historical fiction and true crime, often with no discernible order. I had a cart piled high with books ready to be reshelved alphabetically, a task that would take hours. I put on my worn headphones, listening to a classical music station to drown out the silence, and got to work. Hours passed, the rain started, a gentle patter at first, then escalating into a drumming torrent against the old slate roof and the tall windows. The library lights hummed softly, casting a warm, if somewhat dim, glow over the endless rows of books. By 9 p.m., my neck was stiff, and my eyes were starting to blur from reading spine after spine. I'd made good progress, though. The TS were finally where they belonged. I pulled a particularly heavy stack of hardcovers from my cart, angling for the highest shelf in the thriller section. This was the older part of the library, where the shelves reached almost to the vaulted ceiling, accessible only by rolling ladders. As I stretched, carefully sliding a weighty tome by Patricia Cornwell into its new home, I heard it. A soft thump. It wasn't loud enough to startle me, not really. More like something settling, or perhaps a book finally giving way to gravity and slipping from a shelf. My classical music was still playing, a violin concerto washing over me, so the sound was muted, like a memory of a sound. I paused, tilting my head, pulling off one headphone. The library was utterly silent now, save for the relentless rain outside. I listened, really listened. Nothing, just the faint hum of the fluorescent lights. I frowned, convincing myself it was just my imagination, or perhaps the old building groaning under the storm's pressure. I put my headphone back on, dismissing the minor anomaly. It was probably just a draft causing a door to shift, or a heavy book falling down a shelf in the children's section across the building. It happened. But a prickle of unease, faint as it was, had already begun to needle at the edges of my concentration. The silence, when I'd listened to it, had felt deeper than usual, more profound. A tiny seed of dread, just a fleck, had been planted. I tried to push the feeling away, to focus on the task at hand. The TS were almost done, just a few more to go. I reached for another pile of books, my fingers brushing the cool, smooth covers. My headphones were back on, the violins soaring, but the music now felt like a thin veil, easily pierced. My eyes kept darting to the darker corners of the shelves, to the long shadows cast by the fluorescent lights. The library, which usually felt like a comforting embrace, was starting to feel vast, empty in a way that suggested something should be there, filling the space, but wasn't. I slid a well-worn copy of The Talented Mr. Ripley into its slot, then Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. As I reached for a thick historical thriller, a book with a dark, brooding cover, I saw it, or thought I did. A flicker right at the edge of my vision, down the aisle to my left, where the shelves gave way to the entrance of the local history and archives section. A swift, almost imperceptible movement, like a shadow briefly deepening or a draft stirring a loose piece of paper. But there were no drafts here, not inside the solid old stone building, and certainly not strong enough to make a shadow shift so abruptly. My breath hitched. I slowly pulled off my headphones again, the silence that followed the abrupt cutoff of the music deafening. The only sound was the insistent drumming of rain against the roof and windows, a relentless rhythm that seemed to amplify the quiet within. My heart began to beat a little faster, a soft thump-thump against my ribs, echoing the earlier sound I'd dismissed. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding reedy and small in the cavernous space. "Mrs. Henderson, is that you?" I knew it was. Mrs. Henderson would never come back after locking up, especially not in this storm. But I needed to say something, to break the silence, to make a rational assumption, no matter how flimsy. No answer, only the rain, and the deeper silence that had settled into the library, a silence that felt heavy, watchful. I stood there motionless, straining my ears, the hum of the lights, the persistent rain, and the frantic beat of my own heart. Was it just my eyes playing tricks, the long hours, the dim lighting, the isolated environment, a perfect recipe for an overactive imagination? I tried to convince myself of this, to dismiss it as a trick of the light, but the feeling of unease was no longer a prickle. It was a cold tendril, wrapping itself around my gut. My gaze lingered on the local history section. It was the oldest, darkest part of the library, tucked away behind the main reading room. The shelves there were even taller, packed with ancient tomes, dusty ledgers, and fragile maps detailing Blackwood's past. I rarely ventured there after dark, preferring the more open, well-lit spaces of the main fiction and nonfiction sections. "Is anyone there?" I tried again, my voice a little stronger this time, though it still wavered. Still nothing. The air felt cold. I shivered, though the library was usually kept at a comfortable temperature. It was a sudden internal chill. I decided to be practical. If there was someone in the library, they shouldn't be. It was locked. If it was a person, they must have broken in. And if it wasn't a person, well, I didn't want to think about that. My hand instinctively went for my phone in my pocket. No signal out here, not really. Enough for emergencies, maybe, but not a casual call. I could call the sheriff, but what would I say? I thought I saw a shadow move. They'd think I was crazy. Blackwood County wasn't exactly a hotbed of crime, and its sheriff, a laconic man named Brody, had a reputation for skepticism. I took a deep breath. Rationality, I told myself. There has to be a rational explanation. I decided to do a quick sweep, just to prove to myself that I was alone. It was the sensible thing to do. My job, after all, was to ensure the security of the library. My flashlight was in my office, which was on the other side of the building, near the main entrance. I certainly wasn't going to walk through the dark library without a light. So with my heart still thumping, I started to move down the aisle, past the U's and V's, heading towards the bright emergency exit light at the far end of the fiction section. I kept my eyes fixed on the entrance to the local history section, expecting another flicker, another movement. But there was nothing. The shadows remained still, the books solid and unmoving. As I walked, I tried to make my footsteps sound confident, heavy, as if I wasn't just a librarian in a cardigan, but a formidable presence. It was a pathetic attempt. Every creak of the floorboards beneath my feet, every groan of the old building in the storm, sent a fresh wave of anxiety through me. The light from the emergency exit, usually a comforting beacon, seemed distant, almost swallowed by the gloom. Reaching the end of the fiction section, I turned left, entering the main reading room. This was a grander space, with high ceilings, tall arched windows looking out onto the deluge, and large wooden tables where patrons usually sat. Now it was eerily empty, the tables like silent sentinels. My office door was visible across the room, a rectangle of pale yellow wood. I walked purposefully towards it, my pace quickening. Just as I reached the threshold of my office, my hand outstretched for the doorknob, I heard it again. This time it wasn't a thump or a flicker, it was a whisper. So faint, so fleeting, that for a split second I wondered if it was the wind, or the rain, or perhaps a residual echo of the classical music still playing in my mind. But it was distinct. A low, sibilant sound, like someone breathing a name, and it seemed to come from the local history section. My hand froze on the doorknob. My skin felt clammy. This was no longer just a prickle of unease. This was outright fear. It felt like someone had just breathed directly onto the back of my neck. I slowly turned, peering into the gloom of the main reading room, towards the darkened archway leading into the local history section. The light from my office, once I turned it on, would only make that area darker by contrast. "Hello," I whispered this time, my voice barely audible. It was a foolish question, I knew. Whatever was in there wasn't going to respond. The silence that followed was suffocating. The rain outside seemed to intensify, a furious drumming that matched the frantic beat of my heart. I stood there, utterly paralyzed, unable to move towards my office, unable to move away. My mind raced, trying to conjure any logical explanation. A faulty vent, the old pipes, but the whisper had sounded too much like a human sound. Fear, cold and sharp, finally spurred me into action, not towards the darkness, but away from it. I burst into my office, slamming the door shut behind me, the sound echoing loudly in the quiet library. My hand fumbled for the light switch, flipping it on. The overhead fluorescent lights buzzed to life, harsh and bright. I leaned back against the closed door, my chest heaving, trying to catch my breath. The small office, crammed with filing cabinets, books, and my perpetually cluttered desk, usually felt like a sanctuary. Now it felt like a fragile bubble, easily popped. My first thought was to call Sheriff Brody. I pulled out my phone. 1 bar, maybe 2 if I held it just right. I dialed his number, my fingers trembling. It rang once, twice, then went straight to voicemail. Sheriff Brody's office. You've reached Deputy Miller. Please leave a message. Damn it, Brody was probably out on a call or enjoying a rare night off. Deputy Miller was new, easily spooked. He'd probably think it was a prank. Hi, Deputy Miller, I stammered into the phone, my voice shaky. This is Clara Hayes from the Blackwood Library. I think someone might be in the library. I heard sounds and then a whisper. I'm alone here. Could someone please come check it out? I paused, listening. Please call me back, I added, then hung up, my heart sinking. It sounded so unconvincing, even to my own ears. A whisper. I gripped my phone, my knuckles white. What now? I was trapped. The library doors were locked from the inside, but that wouldn't stop anyone already inside. My car keys were in my purse, which was on my desk. My options were limited. I could hide, I could try to make a run for it, or I could investigate. The last option, while seemingly the most foolish, was also nagging at me. I was the head librarian. This was my library, and a strange part of me, a part I didn't recognize, was furious at the invasion of my quiet, predictable world. I took a moment trying to regain some composure. Think, Clara, think. What would a rational person do? A rational person would stay put, call for help, and wait. But what if help didn't arrive for hours? What if the person, or whatever it was moving closer? My gaze fell on the heavy metal flashlight I kept on my desk, beside a stack of overdue notices. It was substantial, a good weight in my hand. Not exactly a weapon, but better than nothing. I picked it up, the cool metal a small comfort. Then my eyes landed on something else, something that always sat on the corner of my desk, an old, framed photograph. It was a sepia-toned picture of the library staff from the early 1900s. A dozen stern-faced men and women, dressed in formal attire, stood in front of the ornate main entrance. In the center, a tall, gaunt woman with severe spectacles and a severe bun stood stiffly. That was Eleanor Vance, the library's first head librarian, a woman whose legend still echoed in hushed tones among the town elders. She was known for her fierce devotion to the library and her even fiercer temper. Mrs. Henderson had often joked that Eleanor's ghost still roamed the stacks, ensuring no book was ever misplaced. A shiver went down my spine, unrelated to the cold. Ghosts, I'd always laughed it off, but the whisper. No, I wasn't going to entertain that thought. There was a rational explanation. There had to be. I had to check. I couldn't just sit here, paralyzed by fear, while some unknown entity lurked in my library. I needed to see what I was dealing with. I needed to know. Taking another deep breath, I switched off my office light. The sudden darkness was jarring, but I knew the layout of the library by heart, even in the dark. I pushed open my office door, slowly, quietly. The main reading room was a sea of deeper shadows now, the rain still lashing outside. I held the flashlight in front of me, clicking it on. A strong, narrow beam cut through the gloom, pushing back the oppressive darkness. I moved silently, my rubber-soled shoes making almost no sound on the polished wooden floor. Each step was deliberate, measured. I kept the beam sweeping, searching for any movement, any anomaly. The tables, usually so innocuous, now seemed menacing, their dark outlines like hulking beasts. The tall bookshelves loomed, endless walls of forgotten stories. I moved past the reference section, the heavy encyclopedias and dictionaries standing like silent witnesses. My flashlight beam danced over the spines, over the occasional brass label, creating fleeting glimpses of gold in the darkness. My destination, the local history and archives, the place where I'd seen the flicker, where I'd heard the whisper. As I approached the archway leading into that section, the air grew noticeably colder. A damp, earthy smell, distinct from the usual old paper scent, began to permeate the air. It was a smell like deep soil, or maybe old, wet stone. I paused at the entrance, shining my flashlight into the darkness beyond. The beam pierced the gloom, revealing rows upon rows of tall, dark wooden shelves, packed with leather-bound volumes, faded maps, and carefully preserved artifacts. This section was a treasure trove of Blackwood's past, but now it felt like a crypt. "Hello," I whispered again, my voice barely above a breath. The silence that answered was profound, broken only by the incessant rain. My flashlight beam cut a path through the stillness, highlighting dust motes dancing in the air, the intricate carvings on the old wooden shelves. Everything looked normal, untouched. But I still felt watched. The hairs on my arms stood on end. My skin prickled with an electric sensation, as if someone was standing directly behind me, just out of my light's reach. I stepped into the local history section, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The cold intensified, seeping into my bones. The air felt heavy, dense, as if something invisible was pressing down on it. I swept the beam left, then right. Nothing, just shelves, books, and shadows. I moved deeper into the section, my steps slow and cautious. This part of the library had always felt a little forgotten, a little musty. Now it felt charged, like static electricity before a storm. My beam landed on a display case near the back wall, usually holding old photographs and documents from the town's founding. The glass was opaque with age and dust, but I could make out the outlines of the items inside. Everything seemed undisturbed. Then I noticed something. One of the display cases, the largest one, usually held a collection of very old, hand-bound journals and a few delicate parchment maps, all relating to the earliest European settlers in Blackwood County. This specific case was always locked, its contents too fragile and valuable for easy access. Now the latch was undone. Not broken, just unlatched. The small brass clasp, which I distinctly remembered securing earlier that day during a routine check, was open. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a shadow. This wasn't a whisper. This was tangible. Someone had been here. Someone was here. I edged closer, my flashlight beam trembling slightly. My gaze dropped to the contents of the case. The journals were there, the maps too. Nothing seemed to be missing. But one of the journals, a thick leather-bound volume with a deeply embossed Celtic knot design on its cover, was open. Not just a little ajar, but lying fully open to a specific page, its brittle, yellowed leaves exposed. My stomach dropped. I knew this journal. It was Eleanor Vance's personal diary, a fascinating but often unsettling record of her time as head librarian, full of musings on the town, the library, and occasionally local folklore. It was kept under lock and key for a reason, its contents sometimes a little too vivid for casual reading. I had never opened it myself, only read snippets from catalog records. And now it was opened. I shone the flashlight closer, my breath catching in my throat. The page it was open to was filled with Eleanor's neat, spidery handwriting in faded brown ink. As I read the first few lines, a chill that had nothing to do with the cold air raced down my spine. The entry was dated October 27, 1912. The wind howls tonight, a mournful dirge against the glass. I feel its presence more keenly than ever before. It watches, it waits, nestled deep within the forgotten corners of the stacks. It yearns for that which was lost, that which was taken. I have heard its whispers growing bolder with each passing night. It seeks the truth. and I fear it will not rest until it has found it. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the flashlight. This couldn't be a coincidence. The date, the mention of whispers, the presence. It was too specific, too unsettling. I snatched my hand back from the display case, as if the journal itself might bite me. My mind screamed at me to run, to get out, to call the police again, to do anything but stand here. But I was frozen, staring at the open journal, at the terrifying words written over a century ago. A sudden, sharp creak sliced through the oppressive silence. It came from behind me. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting a wide, frantic arc through the darkness. It landed, for a split second, on something at the very end of the local history aisle, near the small, heavy door that led to the utility room and the seldom used staff staircase to the basement. A shadow. Not a normal shadow, not one cast by the shelves or the furniture. This was a deeper, blacker silhouette, tall and elongated, clinging to the edge of the doorway. It seemed to shimmer, to absorb the light rather than reflect it. And as my beam hit it, it moved. Not a flicker, but a slow, deliberate retreat, melting back into the darkness of the utility room. A guttural sound, like a dry, rasping breath, accompanied its disappearance. I gasped a small, choked sound. My heart was not just pounding now. It felt like a trapped bird beating against my ribs, desperate for escape. My legs, which had felt like lead moments before, suddenly found strength, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. I turned and ran. I didn't plan, I just ran. Out of the local history section, through the main reading room, my footsteps echoing loudly on the wooden floor. My flashlight beam bounced wildly as I sprinted, creating a dizzying blur of light and shadow. My only thought was the front door, the main entrance, freedom. I burst through the main reading room, skidding slightly as I turned the corner into the entrance foyer. The large, heavy oak doors stood before me, symbols of safety and escape. I fumbled for the deadbolt, my fingers numb with cold and fear. The metal was slick under my touch. Click, the first lock was undone. Click, the second. My hand reached for the sturdy iron bar that secured the doors from the inside. I pushed it up, the mechanism groaning in protest. The heavy bar slid free. I shoved the door open with all my strength. The storm was still raging outside. Rain lashed down, driven by a furious wind. The gravel parking lot was a muddy expanse, and my old Toyota Camry, the only car left, seemed a mile away. I didn't care. I plunged out into the rain, my breath coming in ragged gasps, the cold water a shocking contrast to the icy dread in my chest. I ran, slipping on the wet gravel towards my car. I reached the driver's side door, fumbling for my keys, which were still clutched in my other hand, along with the flashlight. My fingers were shaking so violently I couldn't get the key into the lock. Tears stung my eyes, mixing with the rainwater streaming down my face. Get in the car, Clara. Get in the cars. Finally, with a desperate grunt, the key slid home. I twisted it, pulled the handle, and practically fell into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut behind me. I locked it immediately, then leaned back against the headrest, gasping for air, clutching the steering wheel with white-knuckled hands. The car was dark, cold, and smelled faintly of old coffee, but it was my car. It was safe. I turned the ignition, the engine sputtering to life, the familiar sound of profound comfort. I fumbled with the gear stick, shifted into reverse, and started to back out, my eyes darting to the library. The old stone building stood dark and imposing against the stormy sky, its windows like black, empty eyes. No lights, no movement, just the relentless rain. But then, as I began to turn the car, my headlights sweeping across the front of the library, I saw it. One of the tall, arched windows on the second floor, the one directly above the main entrance, usually so dark and opaque, seemed to glow with a faint internal light. It wasn't a bright light, more like a pale, ghostly luminescence. And in the center of that light, pressed against the glass, was a face. A woman's face, gaunt, with hollow eyes and a severe expression. Her dark hair was pulled back tightly, almost identical to the portrait of Eleanor Vance on my desk. She was staring directly at me. A blood-curdling scream tore from my throat, though no sound escaped my lips. My foot slammed down on the accelerator, and the Camry shot forward, fishtailing on the gravel, then speeding down the long, winding driveway. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I drove blindly. The image of that spectral face burned into my mind, the words from Eleanor's diary echoing in my ears. It watches, it waits, it seeks the truth. I didn't stop until I reached the county line, a good 20 miles from Blackwood. I pulled over to the side of the deserted road, my car shaking as violently as I was. My whole body was trembling, cold and wet, and I was still gasping for air. The rain had finally begun to let up, replaced by a lingering drizzle, but the storm inside me raged on. I stared out at the dark, desolate woods, trying to make sense of what had just happened. A shadow, a whisper, an unlatched display case, an open diary, and then that face. It had to be a hallucination. My mind, overworked and terrified, playing tricks on me. My rational brain clung to this, but my gut knew otherwise. It had been too real, too specific. I pulled out my phone again, still only one bar. No missed calls from Deputy Miller. He probably hadn't even checked his voicemail yet. I needed to call someone, anyone, but who would believe me? I could barely believe it myself. I sat there for a long time, the engine idling, the heater blasting, trying to warm my chilled body. The adrenaline was slowly receding, leaving me hollowed out, exhausted. But the fear remained, a cold, hard knot in my stomach. What was I going to do? Go back? Never. But I couldn't just abandon my job, my life. This was Blackwood. This was my library. And that face, Eleanor Vance. What did she want? What truth was she seeking? The thought of returning to that old stone building, of stepping back into the silence and the shadows, sent another wave of terror through me. But I also knew, with a certainty that was both terrifying and unshakable, that I couldn't ignore this. Not now, not after what I'd seen. I needed answers, and those answers, I grimly realized, were probably still locked within the walls of the Blackwood County Public Library, waiting in the very darkness I had just fled. I had to go back, but not tonight. Tonight, I needed to recover, to regroup, to find some semblance of courage before I faced whatever haunted that library. I finally pulled away from the side of the road, driving aimlessly for a while, until I found a small, dingy motel in the next town over, its neon sign flickering tiredly in the damp night. I paid cash, using the excuse of a flat tire and no phone signal, and locked myself in the cheap room, pulling the thin curtains tight. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and filled with nightmares of whispered names and gaunt faces at windows. The next morning, the world seemed to have regained a fragile sense of normalcy. The storm had passed, leaving behind a clear, crisp autumn day. The sun, pale but determined, streamed through the motel room window, banishing some of the night's terror. but the images remained, sharp and vivid in my memory. I called Deputy Miller again. This time he answered. His voice was tired, a little annoyed. "Deputy Miller, what can I do for you, Miss Hayes?" "It's Clara. I called last night about the library. I think someone broke in." I tried to keep my voice steady, professional. "Oh, right, the whisper, wasn't it?" He sounded skeptical. "Look, Ms. Hayes, I checked your message. Sheriff Brody's out of town on a conference, and it's just me and Deputy Higgins who's got the flu. I was swamped with a cattle fence down and a minor fender bender on Route 17. Didn't get to check it out. I figured you just got spooked in the dark." My blood boiled, spooked. Deputy, the display case in the local history section was unlatched. Eleanor Vance's diary was open, and I saw someone or something, a shadow, in the utility room doorway. And then I saw a face in an upstairs window as I was leaving. My voice was rising, trembling despite my best efforts. A long pause, a face, you say. His tone was flat, unconvinced. "Ms. Hayes, the library's an old building. Sometimes the wind can be tricky, shift things, and with all those old portraits and books, it's easy to get carried away. No offense." "No offense taken, Deputy, but I'm telling you, this was real. I'm not some hysterical old woman. I'm a librarian, I'm rational. Something was in there." Another pause. All right. I'll swing by later this morning after I finish up with the livestock incident. I'll do a walkthrough, check for signs of forced entry. But I can tell you, the locks are sturdy on that place. If something was in there, they'd have to be pretty clever. "Thank you, Deputy," I said, a sigh escaping me. It wasn't the enthusiastic response I'd hoped for, but it was something. "I'll meet you there." I hung up, feeling a familiar dread begin to curl in my stomach. I had to go back, and I had to go back with Deputy Miller, even if he thought I was insane. I drove back to Blackwood, the morning sun glinting off the wet pine trees. The library, bathed in the soft light of morning, looked less menacing, more like the comforting old building I knew, but the sense of foreboding remained. Deputy Miller arrived in his patrol car just as I pulled into the parking lot. He was a young man, barely out of the academy, with a nervous energy that he tried to hide behind a facade of gruff professionalism. He had a slight build and a perpetually worried frown. "Morning, Miss Hayes," he said, nodding briefly as he approached. He clutched a lukewarm coffee cup. "So, the haunted library, huh?" He tried for a joke, but it fell flat. "It's not haunted, Deputy," I said, trying to sound firm. "Someone broke in, or something happened." He sighed, pushing a hand through his already messy brown hair. "All right, let's take a look. Did you touch anything?" "Only the front door locks to get out, and the journal in the display case. I saw it open, and I closed it." It was a lie. I hadn't closed it. I hadn't dared to touch it. But admitting that felt too much like admitting I was completely unhinged. He raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. We walked to the main entrance. I watched as he carefully inspected the heavy oak doors, running his gloved fingers over the locks and the iron bar. "No signs of forced entry," he muttered, shaking his head. "Locks are intact, bars secure. Whatever got in here didn't come through the front." My heart sank, but I unlocked it to get out, I reminded him. They could have gone out the same way. "Possibly," he conceded, but he still sounded unconvinced. He pushed open the heavy door, revealing the silent, sunlit foyer. "Let's go." The library in daylight was a different beast. The sun streamed through the tall windows, illuminating dust motes and creating long, dancing shadows that were no longer menacing. The air smelled of old paper and wood polish, familiar and comforting. The feeling of oppressive cold from last night was gone, replaced by a cool, pleasant temperature. "Where did you hear the first sound?" he asked, his voice echoing slightly. "In the fiction section, near the T's," I pointed. Then I saw a flicker towards the local history section, and then the whisper from in there. I gestured to the archway. He walked ahead, his boots echoing on the polished wood. We swept through the main reading room, then into the local history section. It was still dark in here, the tall shelves blocking most of the natural light. I felt a renewed knot of dread as we entered. "This is where the display case was unlatched," I said, pointing to the large glass case near the back wall. Deputy Miller knelt, shining his flashlight on the brass clasp. He touched it gingerly. "It's open, all right, and no damage to the latch itself." He stood up, looking at the journal, and this was open. "Yes, Eleanor Vance's diary. I think I closed it before I ran out." I lied again, hoping he wouldn't notice the subtle tremor in my voice. I couldn't bring myself to confess the real reason. Sheer terror had propelled me from the building before I could even think of touching the book. He peered at the journal, then at the other items in the case. "Nothing seems missing, just an open book. Any reason someone would want to read this particular diary?" "It's about the early days of Blackwood local folklore, Eleanor Vance's personal observations," I explained, trying to keep my voice even. "She was the first head librarian. She sometimes wrote about strange things happening in the library." Deputy Miller gave me a look. "Strange things like what?" "Like presences, whispers," I admitted, my voice dropping. "Similar to what I experienced last night." He rubbed the back of his neck, his skepticism obvious. "Look, Ms. Hayes, I appreciate you being thorough, but without any signs of forced entry or anything stolen, this just looks like, well, a spooky old library playing tricks on someone who's been here alone too long." "What about the shadow I saw near the utility room door?" I pressed, pointing to the heavy wooden door at the far end of the aisle. He walked over, tried the doorknob. "Locked," he said, "and bolted from the inside. This leads to the old staff staircase, goes down to the basement up to the second floor staff rooms." He gave the door a shove. "Solid. No way anyone got through here." My heart pounded, but I saw it. I knew I had. "And the face in the window upstairs?" he asked, turning to me, a hint of accusation in his voice. "That's the staff lounge window above the main entrance. You said it was a woman's face, like Eleanor Vance's portrait." "Yes," I confirmed, my voice barely a whisper. He shook his head. "Ms. Hayes, if someone was in here, they were either very good at breaking in without a trace, or they somehow bypassed all the locks and security features. And then they hung around to unlatch a display case and open a diary without taking anything. And then they presented themselves at a window only to disappear without a trace. It doesn't add up." He was right, it didn't add up, not in a logical, rational way, but I knew what I had experienced. "I need to check the upstairs staff lounge," I said, suddenly determined, "and the whole second floor. If someone was there, we'll find some trace." Deputy Miller sighed again, but nodded. "All right, let's do a full sweep, but I'm telling you, it's probably nothing." We left the local history section and headed towards the main staircase. The grand, curving staircase with its dark wooden banister led up to the second floor, where the staff offices, meeting rooms, and the overflow archives were located. As we ascended, the old wood creaked under our weight. The air felt lighter up here, not as oppressive as the local history section. We started our search in the staff lounge, the room with the window where I'd seen the face. The lounge was a simple room with a few worn armchairs, a small kitchenette, and a large, arched window overlooking the parking lot. The window was still firmly shut, latched from the inside. Deputy Miller carefully checked the frame, the glass, the latch. "Nothing," he declared. "No fingerprints, no signs of tampering. It's solid, and it's high up. You'd need a ladder to get up here from the outside." I walked to the window, peering out. The view was the same as I remembered, the gravel lot, the tall pines beyond. It was exactly where I had seen the face, the very spot. My mind reeled. Had I imagined it? The terror had. The terror had been so profound, so utterly consuming, that the memory of that gaunt face pressed against the glass felt as real as the cool pain beneath my fingertips now. Yet Deputy Miller was right. There was no sign, no crack, no smudge, nothing to indicate anyone had been here. My rational mind, the part of me that cataloged and organized and sought evidence, was screaming at me. "It's impossible," I whispered, more to myself than to Miller. It looked so real. "Your mind probably stitched together elements from the Vance portrait and the stress of the night," Miller suggested, his voice trying to be gentle, but still laced with condescension. "It happens, especially when you're alone in an old, creaky building like this during a storm." I bit back a sharp retort. He couldn't understand. He hadn't felt the cold, hadn't heard the whisper, hadn't seen that deep, light-absorbing shadow. I turned away from the window, the faint sunlight doing little to dispel the gnawing unease that tightened around my chest. "Let's finish the sweep," I said, my voice clipped. "There are still the staff offices and the overflow archives on this floor." Miller nodded, clearly eager to get this over with. We moved through the second floor, checking each room methodically. The staff offices, usually filled with the mundane clutter of paperwork and forgotten coffee cups, were pristine in their emptiness. Dust motes danced in the sunbeams that pierced the high windows, illuminating nothing but stillness. The small meeting room, with its long, polished table, was equally undisturbed. Finally, we reached the overflow archives. This was a vast, open space, lined with even more shelves, stacked high with less frequently accessed documents, old newspapers, and boxes of Blackwood's historical ephemera. It was a labyrinth of forgotten histories, and usually I found it fascinating. Today, it felt oppressive. "This is a lot of space to cover," Miller commented, shining his flashlight beam into the deeper recesses between the shelves. "Anything specific we're looking for here?" "Just any sign of disturbance," I replied, my voice hushed. The sheer volume of material here meant a thorough search would take hours, but a quick visual scan for anything out of place was what we were doing. A box out of alignment, a book on the floor, anything that suggests someone was here. We walked slowly down the main aisle, the only sounds the soft scuff of our shoes and the distant hum of the library's heating system. The air here was dry, heavy with the scent of aged paper and something else, something subtly metallic, like old iron. Then Miller stopped abruptly. "What is this?" he asked, his voice low. I stepped closer, my gaze following his flashlight beam. It rested on a section of shelves dedicated to local church records and genealogical charts. On the floor, nestled between the bottom shelf and the wall, was a small, dark object. Miller knelt, reaching for it with a gloved hand. He picked it up carefully. It was a single, tarnished brass button, about the size of a quarter. It had a peculiar, intricate design etched into its surface, something that looked like a stylized raven or crow. A button, he said, turning it over in his fingers. Looks pretty old. Could have just fallen off someone's jacket decades ago. But why here? I countered, a flicker of hope, grim as it was, igniting within me. This section is rarely accessed. I was just in here last week, reorganizing some of these boxes, and I didn't see it. Miller frowned, turning the button over again. It's not regulation uniform, not for any local force anyway. Maybe from a very old coat, could have been caught on something and finally worked its way loose. He put it in a small evidence bag he pulled from his belt. I'll log it, but it's not exactly proof of a break-in. We continued our search, but found nothing else. No other displaced items, no scuff marks, no signs of recent presence. The library, in the revealing light of day, seemed utterly mundane, entirely untouched. As we descended the main staircase, Miller finally turned to me, his expression a mixture of professional politeness and utter dismissal. "Ms. Hayes, I've done a full sweep. No forced entry, no signs of a struggle, nothing stolen, and nothing definitive to suggest anyone was here last night, beyond an open diary and a loose button. I understand you were spooked, but I think it's safe to say there wasn't an intruder. Probably just the storm, your imagination, and the general eeriness of an old building at night." He was letting me down gently, but the message was clear. I was officially written off as a hysterical woman. "What about the diary?" I pressed. "It was locked. How did it open without the latch being broken?" He shrugged. "Old locks can stick. Maybe it wasn't fully latched in the first place, and the humidity from the storm finally caused it to give way, and the book could have fallen open to any page." "But the page it was open to," I started, remembering Eleanor's chilling words. He cut me off. "Coincidence, Ms. Hayes, pure coincidence. I recommend you get some rest, maybe take a day or two off." I stood there defeated as he walked towards the front door. He paused, looking back at the vast, silent library. "I'll file a report, but there's not much to go on. Just make sure you lock up tight tonight, all right?" He left, the heavy oak doors closing with a thud that seemed to echo his finality. I was alone again. The silence that settled after his departure was different from the silence of last night. It was colder, heavier, tainted with the bitter taste of dismissal and my own gnawing fear. He didn't believe me. No one would. And yet I knew what I had seen and heard. The shadow, the whisper, the face in the window, Eleanor's diary. They hadn't been figments of my imagination. I walked back into the local history section, drawn by an irresistible, morbid curiosity. The brass button was gone, taken as evidence, but the display case remained, its latch still unclasped. I looked at Eleanor Vance's diary, lying open to that terrifying entry. I hadn't closed it. Miller must have mistaken it for one of the other books, or perhaps, in his casual dismissal, hadn't even truly registered it. My lie, born of panic, now felt heavy in the air. I approached the case, my hands trembling slightly. I had to touch it. I had to know. Slowly, carefully, I reached out and touched the brittle, yellowed page. The paper felt cool and dry beneath my fingertips, like ancient parchment. My eyes scanned the words again. It watches, it waits, nestled deep within the forgotten corners of the stacks. It yearns for that which was lost, that which was taken. I have heard its whispers growing bolder with each passing night. It seeks the truth, and I fear it will not rest until it has found it. Lost, taken, the truth. What truth? What had Eleanor Vance known? What had she been afraid of? And the button, that specific button with its raven design. Where had I seen that before? A faint memory, a flicker at the edge of my consciousness nudged me. It was so familiar, yet I couldn't place it. I closed the diary gently, feeling the rough texture of its leather cover. The Celtic knot design was still visible, worn smooth in places by age. As I did so, I noticed something else on the page, almost obscured by the binding, a tiny, faded sketch. It was a crudely drawn symbol, a circle with a horizontal line through the middle, and what looked like an arrow pointing downwards from the center of the line. It was small, almost an afterthought, but it stood out against the dense script. I frowned, trying to make sense of it. A symbol. Was it related to the truth Elinor was writing about? I pushed away from the display case, a new sense of purpose hardening my resolve. Deputy Miller might dismiss me, but I wouldn't dismiss myself. I had to find out what was going on. This wasn't just a simple break-in anymore. It was something deeper, something rooted in the library's history, perhaps even in Elinor Vance's own experience. My first step was to research Elinor Vance, not just her biography, which I knew generally, but her life in the context of Blackwood. I needed to understand her better, to see if there were any hidden clues in her story that might shed light on her diary entry. I spent the rest of the day in my office, which now felt less like a sanctuary and more like a command center. I started by pulling up the library's historical records. Elinor Vance had been appointed head librarian in 1898, overseeing the transition from a small private collection to the public institution it was today. She had been a formidable woman, unmarried, devoted entirely to the library. I found a small collection of old newspaper clippings in a file labeled Notable Blackwood Figures. There were articles about Elinor's dedication, her stringent rules, and her occasional clashes with town council over funding. One article, from 1905, mentioned her involvement in a local historical society dedicated to preserving the stories of Blackwood's earliest settlers. As I read through the dry prose, I remembered the metallic smell in the overflow archives and the brass button. The Raven design, where had I seen it? I rummaged through some of the older local history books on my desk, flipping through pages of illustrations and old photographs. Then I found it. In a book titled Founding Families of Blackwood County, there was a small, grainy photograph of a group of men from the late 1700s, described as the original Blackwood settlers. They stood stiffly, some in buckskin, others in more formal but still rustic attire. One man, a particularly stern-looking individual with a long, flowing beard, wore a heavy, dark coat, and on that coat, clearly visible even in the faded photo, were several brass buttons. Each one bore the distinctive design of a raven. My breath hitched. The button. It wasn't just old, it was ancient. It belonged to one of the original settlers. How could a button from the late 1700s have ended up on the floor of the library's second-floor archives, only to be discovered now? And why that specific design? I stared at the photograph, then at the evidence bag containing the button, which Miller had thoughtfully left on my desk after his inspection. A chill ran down my spine, a different kind of chill this time, one of intellectual fascination mingling with burgeoning dread. This wasn't just a random artifact. This was a link. I spent the next few hours poring over founding families of Blackwood County and other related texts, looking for any mention of the raven symbol, or anything that might connect these early settlers to Elinor Vance's diary entry. I learned that Blackwood had been founded by a small group of English dissenters seeking religious freedom, led by a charismatic but reclusive man named Elias Thorne. He was the man in the photograph with the raven buttons. Thorne was described as a strict patriarch, deeply religious, but also intensely private. The book mentioned that he and his followers had chosen Blackwood for its remote location, far from established settlements, allowing them to practice their beliefs unmolested. There were hints of unusual practices, of a faith that diverged significantly from mainstream Protestantism, but no specific details. The historical record was vague, often using euphemisms like unique theological interpretations or unconventional community governance. I felt a growing sense of unease. What exactly were these unique theological interpretations? And what did any of this have to do with Eleanor Vance or the strange occurrences in the library? I also remembered the little sketch in Eleanor's diary, the circle with a horizontal line and a downward arrow. It didn't look like any traditional religious symbol I knew. Could it be a symbol related to Thorne's faith? Determined, I expanded my search, moving beyond just the printed materials. I knew the library held a vast collection of uncatalogued local documents in the basement archives, old town council minutes, personal letters, land deeds, and other ephemera that were too delicate or obscure for general public access. These were the true, forgotten corners of the library, the very phrase Eleanor had used. The basement, my stomach clenched. I rarely went down there, especially not alone. It was damp, musty, and full of shadows even in daylight. The staff staircase, the one near where I'd seen the shadow last night, led directly down to it. I hesitated. Common sense screamed at me to go home, to forget all this, to let Deputy Miller's skepticism win. But the librarian in me, the part that craved knowledge and order, was too deeply engaged. The mystery of the button, Eleanor's cryptic words, the symbols, it was a puzzle, and I was compelled to solve it. I decided I would go down to the basement, but not until I had eaten dinner, and perhaps, more importantly, armed myself with some proper courage and a bigger flashlight. I packed up my things, locked my office, and made my way out of the library, setting the alarms. The building felt different now, no longer just an old structure, but a repository of secrets, a place where history wasn't just recorded, but actively lived by unseen forces. That night at home, I found myself unable to relax. I ate a microwave meal, but tasted nothing. My mind was consumed by images of Thorne, the raven button, and Eleanor's gaunt face. I tried to research Elia's Thorne online, but found little beyond what was in the library's books. Blackwood was truly off the grid in many ways. The next morning, I arrived at the library early, before Mrs. Henderson. I felt a renewed sense of apprehension as I unlocked the heavy doors, but also a fierce determination. Today, I was going to conquer my fear and delve into the depths of Blackwood's forgotten past. My first stop was my office. I pulled out my largest, most powerful flashlight, a hefty, tactical model I kept for power outages, and checked its batteries. I also grabbed a pair of sturdy gloves and a dust mask. The basement was not known for its clean air. Taking a deep breath, I walked towards the staff staircase. It was located behind the local history section, just beyond the utility room where I'd seen the shadow. The door, I remembered, had been locked and bolted from the inside. As I approached, the air grew noticeably cooler, and that faint, damp, earthy scent was back. My heart began to pound, a familiar drumbeat of dread. I paused at the heavy wooden door, the same one Deputy Miller had checked. It still felt solid, secure, but I knew better than to trust appearances now. I inserted my key into the lock, turned it, and slowly pushed the door open. A gust of cold, musty air wafted up from the darkness below, carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, something subtly metallic and sweet, like old blood. I shuddered. I switched on my flashlight, its powerful beam cutting a stark path down the steep wooden steps. The staircase spiraled downwards, disappearing into oppressive blackness. Dust motes danced in the light, thick and agitated. "Okay, Clara," I whispered to myself, trying to sound brave. "Just a quick look, find some documents, get out." I started down the stairs, each creak of the ancient wood amplifying the silence around me. The walls were rough-hewn stone, clammy to the touch. The air grew colder with every step, the dampness seeping into my clothes. At the bottom of the stairs, the beam revealed a long, low-ceilinged corridor, lined on both sides with metal shelving units. These shelves were packed haphazardly with cardboard boxes, rolled-up maps, and overflowing binders. This was the true underbelly of the Blackwood Archives, a chaotic repository of materials deemed too raw or unorganized for public display. I stepped off the last stair, my boots sinking slightly into the damp earth floor. The metallic, sweet smell was stronger here, mixed with a faint, cloying odor I couldn't quite place. It prickled at the back of my throat. I began to move slowly, shining my flashlight over the dusty boxes. Many were unlabeled or had faded, illegible scribbles. This was going to be a monumental task. "Elias Thorne," I muttered, scanning for anything related to him or the early settlers. Raven's symbol, unusual beliefs. I walked deeper into the labyrinthine corridors of the basement, the silence broken only by the drip of water somewhere far off and the frantic beating of my own heart. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe, every rustle of an unseen rat making me jump. The old building creaked and groaned above me, reminding me of its vastness and my solitude. After what felt like an eternity, I stumbled upon a section that seemed slightly more organized. A few shelves held old wooden crates, distinct from the cardboard boxes. One of these crates, slightly ajar, caught my eye. It had a faded, hand-stenciled label, THORNE, personal effects. My breath hitched. This was it. This had to be it. I knelt, pulling on my gloves and mask. The crate was heavy, its wood splintered and damp. I carefully pried open the lid, revealing a jumble of old documents, dried leaves, and what looked like personal trinkets, all wrapped in brittle, discolored cloth. I reached in, pulling out a small bundle. As I unwrapped it, a wave of the metallic, sweet smell intensified, making my stomach churn. Inside was a small, crudely carved wooden idol. It was a humanoid figure, but with elongated limbs and an unnaturally large, bird-like head. Its eyes were vacant, carved holes, and its entire form seemed to emanate a disturbing stillness. A raven. This was a representation of a raven. My flashlight beam lingered on the idol, and I felt an irrational fear begin to creep up my spine. It wasn't just a simple carving. There was something profoundly unsettling about its crude features, its vacant stare. I quickly rewrapped it, my hands shaking, and placed it back in the crate. This was not just unique theological interpretations. This was something else, something darker. I dug deeper into the crate. Beneath the idol, I found a stack of old, leather-bound notebooks, clearly personal journals. Their covers were worn smooth, and their pages were yellowed and fragile. This had to be Elias Thorne's own writing. I pulled one out, carefully unwrapping its cloth binding. It was filled with a dense, spidery script, difficult to read in the dim light. I scanned the first few pages, trying to decipher the archaic language and the theological ramblings. It spoke of devotion, of sacrifice, and of a true path revealed by a guiding aspect. Then my eyes landed on a symbol, drawn repeatedly in the margins. It was a perfect match for the sketch in Eleanor Vance's diary, a circle with a horizontal line through it and an arrow pointing downwards from the center. My heart hammered in my chest. This was it, the symbol of Elias Thorne's cult, and Eleanor Vance knew about it. She'd drawn it in her diary, right next to her terrifying entry about a presence. I continued flipping through the journal, my fingers almost afraid to touch the pages. The entries grew increasingly unsettling. Thorne wrote about visions, about strange voices in the wilderness, about the land itself being a conduit to something ancient and powerful. He spoke of the Shadowed One, a benevolent entity that protected his community, but demanded unwavering loyalty and specific offerings. Offerings, the word chilled me to the bone. The metallic, sweet smell in the air seemed to grow stronger, more cloying. I felt a sudden tightening in my chest, a sense of suffocating dread. As I turned another page, my flashlight beam wavered, then flickered. My heart leaped into my throat. The batteries couldn't be dying, I'd just checked them. I tapped the flashlight frantically. The beam came back on, steady for a moment, then flickered again, dancing erratically across the page. The shadows around me seemed to deepen, to coalesce. And then I heard it again. A whisper. Faint, sibilant, coming from somewhere deeper in the basement's labyrinth. It wasn't words, not exactly, but a soft, drawn-out hiss, like air escaping from a pressure valve, but with a profoundly unnatural quality. It was the same sound I had heard in the local history section, amplified by the close, damp air of the basement. My blood ran cold. I wasn't alone. My flashlight beam was now flickering wildly, casting dancing, distorted shadows on the rough stone walls. The air grew perceptibly colder, and the strange, cloying smell intensified, now almost overwhelming. I felt a prickle on my skin, as if unseen eyes were watching me from the deepest corners of the darkness. I slammed the journal shut, dropping it back into the crate with a muffled thud. My mind raced. Whatever had been here last night, whatever Eleanor Vance had written about, it was real, and it was here, with me. The whisper came again, closer this time, and I could almost discern a pattern to it, a cadence. It sounded hungry. Pure, unadulterated fear propelled me upwards. I scrambled out of the crate, dropping my flashlight in my haste. It clattered to the damp floor, its beam spinning wildly, illuminating fleeting glimpses of cluttered shelves and dark corners before settling on a single, flickering point of light, like a dying eye. Panic seized me, my only source of light. I had to get it. But the whisper was now a distinct, guttural gasp, right at the edge of my hearing, and the air around me was frigid, making my breath mist. I could feel a tangible presence pressing in on me, an invisible weight in the oppressive darkness. I turned and ran blindly towards the distant, barely visible opening of the staff staircase. My hands reached out, brushing against rough stone walls, against the cold metal of shelving units. I stumbled, my feet splashing in unseen puddles, heart hammering against my ribs. The basement was a maze, and in my panic, every turn looked the same. The whisper followed me, a low, drawn-out sibilance that seemed to emanate from all directions at once, playing tricks on my ears, making me feel surrounded. No, no, I gasped, my voice a ragged sob, tears streaming down my face. My hand finally brushed against the cold, smooth banister of the staircase. Oh, thank God, I scrambled up the steps, not caring about the noise, not caring about anything but escape. Each step was a desperate struggle, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. The heavy door at the top of the stairs, the one that led back to the staff offices, seemed miles away. I pushed with all my might, stumbling into the relative light of the upstairs corridor, gasping for air. I didn't stop. I ran through the staff offices, past the lounge, towards the main staircase. My purse, my car keys, my phone, they were all in my office on the main floor. I couldn't leave without them. I had to get out. I pounded down the main staircase, my frantic footsteps echoing deafeningly through the silent library. The grand reading room was still bathed in weak sunlight, but it offered no comfort. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every creak a warning. I burst into my office, slammed the door shut, and fumbled for the light switch, flipping it on. The harsh fluorescent lights buzzed to life, offering a small, fragile sense of security. I leaned against the door, gasping, my chest heaving, listening. Silence. It was only the distant thrum of the building and the frantic beat of my own heart. Had it followed me, or had it stayed in the basement, lurking in the shadows, waiting? My eyes darted to my phone, still only one bar, useless. I snatched my car keys and purse, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I had to get out, now. But as I reached for the doorknob, my eyes fell on the old, framed photograph on my desk. Eleanor Vance, standing stiffly among her staff, her severe gaze somehow more piercing than usual. And beneath the photograph, something was different. A small, neatly folded piece of paper lay on my desk, positioned directly underneath the frame. It hadn't been there before. I was certain of it. I hadn't left any paper there. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just in the basement anymore. It was here, in my office. Slowly, my heart pounding, I reached for the paper. It was an old, thick piece of parchment, brittle and yellowed, like the pages of Elias Thorne's journal. As I unfolded it, my hands trembling, I saw the symbol. The circle with the horizontal line and the downward pointing arrow, drawn in faded, brown ink. And beneath it, in the same neat, spidery script as Eleanor Vance's diary, was a single word. Find. My blood froze, a message, left specifically for me. The whisper, the shadow, the face, the diary, the button, Thorne's journal, and now this. This was no longer a haunting, no longer a break-in. This was a deliberate act, a communication from something that clearly wanted me to do something. Find. Find what? The truth, that which was lost, that which was taken. A new layer of fear settled over me, replacing the sheer panic with a cold, intellectual dread. It wasn't just trying to scare me away, it was trying to guide me. It wanted my help. I stared at the parchment, at the ominous word, my mind reeling. What did I do now? Run or stay and find? The rational part of my brain, the librarian's brain, was still trying to cling to logic, to order. But the events of the past 24 hours had shattered my understanding of reality. I heard the front door open, followed by Mrs. Henderson's cheerful voice calling out, "Clara, are you here, dear? I've brought biscuits." My head snapped up. Mrs. Henderson, thank God, a normal, living, breathing human being. I quickly folded the parchment, shoving it into my pocket. I couldn't tell her. Not yet. She'd think I was insane. And if what I suspected was true, bringing her into this could put her in danger. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to compose myself. I plastered a shaky smile on my face and walked out of my office, into the main reading room. "Good morning, Mrs. Henderson," I called out, trying to make my voice sound normal. It cracked slightly at the end. She looked at me, her kind face creasing with concern. "Clara, dear, are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." She chuckled, but her eyes were sharp, noticing my pale face and trembling hands. "Just a long night," I managed, trying to avoid her gaze, "and a little too much coffee." She nodded, though I knew she wasn't entirely convinced. "Well, I've brought your favorite lemon poppy seed. You need to keep your strength up." She gestured to the small plate she held. I forced another smile, accepting the biscuits. The sweet, comforting scent was a stark contrast to the metallic, cloying odor still lingering in my memory. Mrs. Henderson settled into her usual spot at the circulation desk, beginning her morning routine of sorting returns. I went back to my office, closing the door behind me. I pulled out the parchment again, unfolding it, staring at the word "find." I had to be careful, I had to be smart. This wasn't something I could just call the police about. They'd already dismissed me. And if this entity, this shadowed one as Thorne called it, could leave messages in my office, then it was clearly aware of my presence, and perhaps even my thoughts. The button, the diary, Thorne's journals, the symbol, and now the message. They were all pieces of a puzzle. A dark, ancient puzzle that had resurfaced in my quiet library. I decided my next course of action. I needed to go back to the basement, but not alone, and not unprepared. I needed to analyze Thorne's journals more thoroughly, to understand his belief system, to find any other clues that might point to what was lost or taken. I spent the rest of the day in a haze, pretending to work, but my mind was constantly sifting through the information I had gleaned. I tried to act normal around Mrs. Henderson, answering her questions about book orders and local gossip, but my heart wasn't in it. I felt a growing sense of urgency, a chilling intuition that time was of the essence. That evening, after Mrs. Henderson had left, I returned to my office. The library was quiet again, but this time the silence was pregnant with anticipation, not comfort. I pulled out the parchment, then Elias Thorne's journal, which I had retrieved from the basement earlier, along with 2 other notebooks. I spread them out on my desk. The symbol, the circle with the line and the arrow, appeared repeatedly throughout Thorne's journals, sometimes next to crude drawings of the raven-headed idol, sometimes accompanied by phrases like the descent, the gate below, or the way. I felt a cold dread as I read. Thorne's writings described a theology centered around an entity he called the Deep Whisperer, or the Ancient Keeper, which resided beneath the roots of the world. He believed this entity granted prosperity and protection to his community in exchange for devotion and offerings. The texts became increasingly disturbing, detailing rituals, blood sacrifices, and a belief that certain individuals possessed a unique spiritual sensitivity, a sight that allowed them to communicate directly with the Deep Whisperer. Eleanor Vance, her diary mentioned hearing whispers. Did she have the sight? My gaze drifted to the parchment, to the word "find," and then to the symbol, the descent, the gate below, the way. Could the symbol be a map, a directional sign? I looked around my office, then at the layout of the library. The basement, that was the below. The staff staircase, where I'd encountered the shadow, was the only direct route down. But what was I supposed to find? A physical object, a piece of information. I remembered the very first incident, the thump I had heard that night. I had dismissed it as a book falling. What if it hadn't been a book? What if it had been a sound related to whatever had been lost or taken? I needed to explore the basement more systematically, but not alone. My mind immediately went to my cousin Liam. He lived a few towns over, a perpetual tinkerer and amateur historian, always up for a bizarre adventure. He wouldn't scoff at the idea of a mystery. He might even enjoy it, and he had a healthy respect for the strange and unexplained. More importantly, he wouldn't be afraid, not like I was. I called Liam. To my surprise, he picked up on the second ring. Clara, to what do I owe the pleasure? Not calling me to fix your router again, are you? He joked, his voice boisterous and cheerful. No, Liam, I said, trying to keep my voice even, despite the tremor of fear and excitement running through me. It's something different, something important. I need your help. I quickly, concisely recounted everything that had happened, from the first thump to the parchment on my desk. I omitted none of the details, no matter how unbelievable they sounded. I waited, holding my breath for his inevitable disbelief. But Liam was silent for a long moment, then let out a low whistle. Wow, Clara, that's quite a story. Ghosts, secret societies, ancient entities. You sure you haven't just been reading too many horror novels down there? My heart sank. He didn't believe me. Liam, I'm serious, I insisted, my voice tight with frustration. I wouldn't call you if I was, and I saw the symbol. It matches the one in a journal from the 1700s, written by the town founder, Elias Thorne, who apparently led some kind of bizarre cult. Another pause, longer this time. Then Liam's voice changed. It became less jocular, more serious, almost intrigued. Elias Thorne, I've heard whispers about him. Old man Hemlock down by the creek used to tell tales about the Thorne blood cult. Said they did unspeakable things in the woods back in the day. I always thought it was just local folklore. A wave of relief washed over me. He knew, or at least he had heard something similar. Then you believe me. Believe is a strong word, cuz, he said, but you've got my attention, and you sound genuinely scared, which isn't like you, so what do you need? I need you to come to the library, tomorrow as soon as possible. I need someone else here, someone with a clear head, to help me search the basement archives. I need someone to help me search the basement archives. I found Thorne's journals, but there's so much down there. It's a lot to process, Liam. I'm scared. My voice, despite my efforts, trembled on the last word. Liam's tone softened. Scared, all right, cuz, that's a powerful motivator. You've definitely piqued my interest. Tell you what, I'll clear my schedule. I'll be there first thing tomorrow. Say 9 o'clock, I'll bring my own gear. You'll want decent flashlights, a crowbar, maybe a few other bits and bobs if we're going exploring ancient cult archives. He sounded almost excited now, the thrill of the chase overriding his initial skepticism. A wave of profound relief washed over me. 9 o'clock, that would be perfect, Liam. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. Don't thank me yet, Clara. I might just find a dusty old mousetrap and declare you crazy. But if there's something genuinely spooky going on in that old library of yours, I want in. Sounds like the kind of mystery old man Hemlock always dreamed of, only real. We hung up and I felt a flicker of hope amidst the dread. Liam was coming. I wouldn't be alone. I spent the rest of the evening trying to prepare. I gathered all the materials I had, the Leaner Vance's diary, Thorne's 3 journals, the parchment with the find message, and the blurry photograph of Elias Thorne with his raven buttons. I laid them all out on my kitchen table, a bizarre tableau of impending doom. I reread Thorne's journals, trying to piece together the fragments of his belief system. He wrote about the land of Blackwood as a sacred place, chosen by the Deep Whisperer as its earthly anchor. The entity, according to Thorne, was ancient, predating human memory, and offered guidance and prosperity to those who communed with it. but the communion and the prosperity came at a steep price: unwavering loyalty, secrecy, and offerings. The word offerings recurred with chilling frequency. Thorn described them as gifts of flesh and spirit, necessary to appease the deep whisperer and maintain its benevolent influence over Blackwood. He became increasingly zealous in his later entries, convinced that the deep whisperer communicated directly with him through visions and whispers, guiding him to maintain the purity of their faith. One particular entry, dated October 1782, caught my eye. The keeper grows restless. A fragment of its essence, trapped within the mundane, yearns for release. The sacrifice must be pure, the vessel strong. Only then may the balance be restored and the whisperer's voice return to its full power. A fragment of its essence, trapped within the mundane. What did that mean? And the date, October 1782, was that when the first offering took place. Eleanor Vance's diary entry, dated October 27, 1912, also mentioned the entity growing restless, seeking that which was lost, that which was taken. The overlap in terminology, separated by over a century, sent a shiver down my spine. It suggested a continuity, a persistent presence in the library or Blackwood itself. I also studied Thorn's symbol again: the circle, the horizontal line, the downward arrow, the descent, the gate below, the way. It felt like a map or a set of instructions. The basement was below. Was there a specific gate or way down there? Sleep was impossible. My mind raced with theories and terrifying possibilities. I watched the clock, waiting for Liam. He arrived promptly at 9, pulling up in his battered pickup truck. He was a tall, lean man in his late 30s, with a shock of unruly dark hair and a perpetually curious gleam in his eyes. He wore sturdy work boots, cargo pants, and a thick flannel shirt. He carried a large backpack and a metal toolbox. "Morning, cuz," he said, a grin on his face, though his eyes scanned the old library building with an uncharacteristic seriousness. "Ready to hunt some ghosts?" "More like uncover an ancient cult, if Thorn's journals are anything to go by," I replied, trying to match his light tone, but my voice was still tight with nerves. "Come on in." He followed me into the library, his boots echoing loudly on the polished floor. The morning sun streamed through the tall windows, making the building seem deceptively normal. "So this is the infamous Blackwood County Public Library," Liam mused, looking around with genuine interest. "Always heard it was a beautiful old place. Didn't realize it was also a portal to the underworld." He winked, then his expression grew serious. "All right, lay it all out for me, Clara. Show me what you've got." I led him to my office, where I had already spread out the documents. I pointed to Eleanor's diary entry, then to Thorn's journal entries, highlighting the chilling parallels. I showed him the photograph of Thorn and the raven buttons, then the parchment with the find message and the symbol. Liam listened intently, his brow furrowed, occasionally muttering to himself. He picked up the parchment, tracing the symbol with his finger. "The descent, the gate below the way," he read aloud from Thorn's journal. "And find. This isn't just random scribbling, Clara. This looks like a genuine, honest-to-God treasure map or something more sinister." "The Whisperer demands offerings, gifts of flesh and spirit," I quoted from Thorn's journal, my voice low. "And Eleanor Vance wrote about that which was lost, that which was taken. What if the deep whisperer wasn't just a spiritual guide? What if it was a real, tangible entity? And what if these offerings were people?" Liam's expression hardened. "Human sacrifice. You're suggesting Thorn's cult was sacrificing people to some entity in the library basement." He scoffed, but there was a flicker of unease in his eyes. "That's a big leap, Clara, but the dates are certainly unsettling. Thorne's entry in 1782 about the keeper growing restless and a pure vessel, and then Aliner's in 1912, a little over a century later, talking about it still being restless, seeking what was lost. And the shadow I saw, the whisper, the face in the window, it's trying to tell me something, Liam. It wants me to find whatever was lost or taken. Liam ran a hand through his hair. Okay, let's assume for a moment you're not completely sleep-deprived and hallucinating. Let's assume there's a genuine paranormal phenomenon at play here. This symbol, then, it's our key. The descent, the gate below, the way. He pointed to the parchment. Where did you find Thorne's journals? In the basement, in an old wooden crate labeled THORNE, personal effects, near the end of the long corridor, where the shelves get really disorganized. So the descent is the staff staircase, and the gate below could be the entrance to the basement itself, or perhaps a specific hidden door down there, and the way, that's what we need to find. Liam tapped the symbol again. That arrow points downwards, so whatever the way is, it's literally lower than where we'll be standing. The floor of the basement is damp earth, I recalled. Could it be under the floor? Could be, or it could be a lower level, a sub-basement. Old buildings often have hidden passages or forgotten cellars, especially if they were built by a secretive cult leader. Liam stood up, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Right, let's gear up. You mentioned a powerful flashlight. I retrieved my tactical flashlight. Liam pulled out his own heavy-duty lamp, a headlamp, a multi-tool, a small shovel, and a set of lock-picking tools. Just in case we find a gate that's a bit more secure than a rusty latch, he explained with a grin. He also had a small, sturdy backpack, which he offered to carry some of my things in. We made our way to the staff staircase behind the local history section. The door still seemed heavy and unwelcoming. The cold, musty air wafted up from below, carrying that faint, metallic, sweet odor that now smelled unmistakably of old blood. My stomach churned. "You ready for this, cuz?" Liam asked, looking at my pale face. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. As I'll ever be, let's go. Liam took the lead, his powerful lamp cutting a wide swathe through the darkness. The wooden stairs creaked under our combined weight. This time, with Liam's presence beside me, the descent felt less terrifying, more like a grim mission. As we reached the bottom, the atmosphere grew heavier. The metallic, cloying scent was stronger, almost overwhelming. Liam put on his dust mask, and I followed suit. The air felt thick, as if it resisted our breathing. "Where did you find the journals?" Liam asked, his voice muffled by the mask. I pointed down the long, low-ceilinged corridor. "Down there, about halfway, then take a left through some of the older wooden shelves." We walked slowly, our footsteps squelching slightly in the damp earth floor. Liam's lamp illuminated the haphazard stacks of boxes and crates, their contents lost to time and dust. "All right, Clara," Liam said, pausing near the section I'd indicated. "Let us be systematic. We're looking for anything that suggests a hidden passage, a different type of construction, or anything that matches that symbol. The gate below could be anything from a trapdoor to a section of wall that's been bricked up." We began our search. Liam, with his mechanical and historical inclination, focused on the structural integrity of the walls and floor, tapping, prodding, and listening. I, with my librarian's eye for detail, scanned the shelves, looking for any unusual books, documents, or artifacts that might offer further clues. The metallic smell grew stronger as we moved deeper into the archives. I felt a prickle on my skin, that familiar sensation of being watched. But Liam seemed oblivious, utterly focused on his task. His methodical approach was grounding, a reassuring presence in the unsettling darkness. After nearly an hour of fruitless searching, Liam let out a frustrated sigh. Nothing, Clara. This whole section is just bare earth floor and rough stone walls. No hidden doors, no trapdoors, no strange wall panels. Unless they buried it 100 feet deep, there's no obvious gate below here. I felt a wave of despair. Had I misinterpreted the symbol? Was this all just a wild goose chase? Wait, I said, my gaze catching on something. This crate. We were back near the wooden crate where I had found Thorne's journals. It was tucked into a narrow alcove, almost hidden. Beside it, partially obscured by a stack of old, decaying almanacs, was a small stone plinth. It was crude, unadorned, and about a foot high, rising from the earth floor. It looked like an altar, and on its surface, barely visible beneath a thick layer of dust, was a faint engraving. I knelt, brushing away the dust with a gloved hand. It was the symbol, the circle, the line, the downward arrow. This is it, I breathed, my voice filled with awe and dread. This is the way. It's a marker. Liam knelt beside me, his eyes wide. Well, you were right. So if this is the way, where does the arrow point? We followed the direction of the carved arrow on the plinth. It pointed directly downwards, not to the side, not to a wall, but straight into the earth floor itself. It's under us, I whispered, a chill running down my spine. The gate below is literally below. Liam's eyes lit up. A sub-basement, or a buried chamber. This is fantastic. He pulled a small, collapsible shovel from his backpack. All right, Clara, let's see what Elias Thorne buried down here. He started to carefully dig around the base of the plinth. The earth was surprisingly soft, damp, and yielding. The metallic, sweet smell intensified, almost making me gag. I took a deep breath, trying to control my rising nausea. As Liam dug, he uncovered more than just earth. Beneath the topsoil, the ground was studded with small, smooth stones, almost like a crude pavement. And then he struck something harder. Clang! Bingo, Liam muttered, his voice grim. He carefully cleared away the earth, revealing a rectangular slab of dark, rough-hewn stone. It was large, easily 5 feet by 3, and lay flush with the level of the stone pavement. This has to be it, I said, my heart pounding. The gate below. Liam worked carefully, clearing the earth from around the edges of the slab. It was heavy, cemented in place with some kind of primitive mortar. He tried to pry it up with the crowbar he'd brought, but it wouldn't budge. It's sealed tight, he grunted, wiping sweat from his brow. This wasn't meant to be opened easily, or perhaps not at all. We spent the next half hour trying various angles, various leverage points. The stone remained stubbornly in place. The deeper we got, the stronger the cloying metallic scent became, now mingling with a faint, earthy smell that was disturbingly reminiscent of decay. Suddenly, Liam froze. "Do you hear that?" he whispered, his head cocked to one side. I strained my ears. At first, there was only the drip of water, the distant creak of the building, and the frantic beat of my own heart. Then I heard it. A low, guttural thrumming, vibrating through the very earth beneath our feet. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a deep, resonant sound that felt more like a vibration in my bones than something heard with my ears. And with it, the whisper returned, not the vague hiss from last night, but a distinct, drawn-out shhhhhhh, right at the edge of hearing, almost like a sigh, but one filled with immense, ancient sorrow. My flashlight beam, which had been steady in Liam's hand, began to flicker erratically, just as mine had last night. The air grew frigid, making my breath mist. "It knows we're here," I whispered, my voice trembling. "Whatever it is," Liam replied, his voice uncharacteristically tense. He looked around wildly, his powerful lamp beam sweeping across the shadows. Suddenly, from the darkest corner of the archives, a stack of old, brittle ledgers tumbled from a shelf with a resounding crash, sending a cloud of dust into the air. We both jumped, our hearts leaping into our throats. Liam spun, his lamp beam fixed on the fallen books. Nothing was there, no sign of movement. "Just an old shelf giving way," Liam muttered, trying to sound confident, but his voice was strained. But I knew better. The air crackled with an unseen energy. The cold was palpable, stinging my skin. The whisper intensified, now accompanied by a faint, rhythmic tap, tap, tap that seemed to come from directly beneath the stone slab. "It's from down there," I gasped, pointing to the slab. "Something's down there." Liam looked at me, then at the slab, a grim determination setting in. "All right, we need more leverage. This isn't a job for a crowbar." He rummaged through his toolbox. "I have a small car jack. It might just do it." He retrieved the jack, a heavy, squat device. With renewed urgency, he wedged it into a small gap he had managed to create between the stone slab and the pavement. He began to slowly crank the handle. Each turn of the handle produced a groaning protest from the old stone, a sound that mingled with the growing thrumming and the incessant tap, tap, tap from beneath. The metallic, sweet smell became almost overpowering, suffocating. Slowly, agonizingly, the corner of the slab began to lift. A thin crack appeared, growing wider, revealing absolute blackness beneath. And from that crack, a wave of intensely cold air rushed out, carrying with it a concentrated burst of the putrid, sweet odor, and a chorus of whispers that seemed to coil around us like unseen serpents. It was no longer a vague whisper. Now I could almost discern words, indistinct and ancient, but filled with a profound sorrow and longing. "Lost, taken, keeper, find." My blood ran cold. It was speaking to me, repeating the words from Aliner's diary and the parchment. Liam gasped as the slab finally gave way with a sickening crack, tilting upwards and resting precariously on the jack. He quickly shoved some wooden wedges underneath to secure it, then shone his lamp into the abyss. What lay beneath was not a sub-basement with shelves, but a small circular chamber, entirely carved from rough-hewn stone. The air was deathly still, except for the frigid draft and the faint, rhythmic tappy-tappy-tap that seemed to echo from within. In the center of the chamber, illuminated by Liam's powerful lamp, stood a crude stone pedestal. And upon that pedestal, almost perfectly preserved in the frigid air, lay something that made my stomach lurch and bile rise in my throat. It was a skeleton. But not a complete skeleton. It was the skeleton of a small child, clearly evident from the size of the bones, and it was missing its skull. Where the skull should have been, there rested a small, intricately carved wooden box, darkened with age. My breath caught in my throat. "Oh my God," I whispered, a wave of horror washing over me. The offerings, Elia's thorn, he sacrificed a child. Liam stood frozen, his lamp beam trembling slightly. His face, visible above his mask, was pale, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and disgust. This is beyond anything I imagined, Clara." This is pure evil. The whispers intensified, swirling around us, no longer sorrowful, but agitated, almost angry. The thrumming in the earth grew louder, vibrating through our bones. The skull, I managed, my voice choked. It's missing the skull, and there's a box instead. A box of what? Liam moved cautiously, shining his lamp on the wooden box. It was carved with symbols, and among them I recognized Elias Thorne's raven. As Liam's light touched the box, the whispers surged, growing into an almost audible roar, a cacophony of ancient voices that seemed to scream, "Keeper, Keeper, lost, taken." The air pressure in the chamber dropped, making my ears pop. Then from the dark edges of the chamber, two pinpricks of light ignited. Not actual light, but something that absorbed it, 2 points of utter blackness that seemed to stare at us from the shadows. They began to drift forward, slowly, deliberately, towards the pedestal. "Clara," Liam gasped, his voice tight with fear. "Did you see that?" "Yes," I cried, my voice barely a whisper. "It's the shadow, it's coming." The two black pinpricks coalesced, expanding, twisting into an elongated, vaguely humanoid shape that shimmered and wavered in the periphery of our vision. The form was tall, slender, and seemed to drain the light from around it, creating a pocket of absolute darkness in the already dim chamber. It was the shadow I had seen in the utility room doorway, now fully manifest, pulsing with an unseen energy. A low, guttural growl emanated from the shadow, a sound that seemed to tear at the fabric of the air itself. It was a sound of immense age and raw power, filled with ancient rage. "It's guarding something," I gasped, clutching Liam's arm. "It's guarding the box." Liam, despite his fear, moved quickly. He shoved the car jack and wedges away, letting the heavy stone slab crash back down with a deafening crack that seemed to shake the entire library. The sudden darkness, the crash of the stone, the overwhelming terror, I screamed. Liam pulled me, dragging me back towards the staff staircase. "Run, Clara, run," he yelled, his voice strained. We scrambled up the stairs, our boots pounding on the old wood, the sounds of the crashing stone and the enraged growls echoing behind us. We burst through the staff door, slamming it shut and throwing the heavy bolt. We didn't stop. We ran through the staff offices, through the main reading room, our lungs burning, our hearts pounding. Liam had lost his headlamp in the frantic escape. "What was that, Clara? What was that thing?" Liam gasped as we reached the front doors. He fumbled with the locks, his hands shaking even more than mine. "The deep whisperer," I panted, my voice hoarse. "Thorne's entity, it's real, and it was guarding something vital." He finally got the locks open, and we spilled out into the bright, innocent sunlight of the library parking lot, gasping for air. We leaned against my Camry, clutching each other for support, our bodies trembling uncontrollably. The library stood silent and still behind us, its stone facade betraying nothing of the horror hidden within its walls. Liam, usually so composed, was utterly shaken. His face was ashen, his eyes wide and unfocused. "A child's skeleton," he whispered, wiping a hand across his mouth. "And a missing skull. My God, Clara." "And a wooden box in its place," I added, forcing myself to remember. The raven symbol was on it. "The box," Liam repeated, then his eyes snapped into focus, a terrifying realization dawning on him. The box, that's what it was guarding. That's what Thorne hid there. And the skeleton was probably the pure vessel he wrote about. "But why the box?" I asked, trying to piece it together. What was in it that the deep whisperer would guard it so fiercely? Liam stared at the library, a chilling understanding slowly dawning on his face. Thorne wrote about a fragment of its essence, trapped within the mundane, yearning for release. What if that box contained something of the deep whisper itself, a piece of it, maybe its true name, or a symbol of its power, or even the child's skull? My blood ran cold at the last suggestion. The child's skull, why would that be important? In many ancient cults, especially those involving human sacrifice, the skull was often considered the seat of the soul, the most potent part of the offering, Liam explained, his voice low and grim. If the deep whisper needed a pure vessel, a child, perhaps its essence was meant to transfer into the skull, or the skull itself became a receptacle for its power. And if it was stolen, that would explain why the entity is so restless, so angry. That which was lost, that which was taken, I whispered, Eleanor Vance's words echoing in my mind. The skull. The box contains the skull, and that's what was taken. Liam nodded slowly, his gaze still fixed on the library. It makes a terrifying kind of sense, Clara. Someone, perhaps another member of Thorne's cult, or someone who discovered their practices, tried to stop it. They stole the skull, or the box containing it, and sealed it away in that chamber, hoping to contain the deep whisperer, or at least weaken its hold on Blackwood. But if the entity is still here, still active, then it didn't work, I concluded, a wave of despair washing over me. Or it worked partially, Liam countered. Thorne wrote that a fragment of its essence was trapped. Maybe the deep whisperer needs that skull, or whatever's in that box, to truly manifest, to regain its full power. And it's trying to get us to find it, to return it to its rightful place. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The whisper, the shadow, Eleanor Vance's ghost. The message, it wasn't trying to scare me away. It was trying to guide me. It wanted me to retrieve the box, to reunite it with the child's skeleton, to complete the ancient, unholy ritual. A shiver of absolute terror ran through me, colder than the air in the basement. This entity wasn't benevolent, it was manipulative, and it saw me as its unwitting tool. "We can't open that box, Liam," I said, my voice barely audible. "We can't give it what it wants." Liam looked at me, his eyes wide and serious. No, we absolutely cannot. If what you're suggesting is true, Clara, if returning that skull unleashes this thing fully, we're looking at something far worse than a few bumps in the night. We're looking at a centuries-old curse on Blackwood. "So what do we do?" I asked, feeling utterly overwhelmed. My library, my quiet, orderly sanctuary, was now a tomb, a prison, and a gateway for an ancient evil. Liam thought for a long moment, then looked back at the library, a new determination setting in his eyes. "We need to understand it. We need to find out who stole the skull and why. There has to be more to this story, Clara. More journals, more records, something that tells us how to stop this thing, not just run from it." Eleanor Vance, I breathed. She wrote about it. She seemed to know it was still there, still waiting. Maybe her diary has more clues, or maybe she hid something else. "Or the person who stole the skull," Liam added. "They must have known what they were doing. They probably left some kind of record." We needed more information, and the only place to find it was back inside the library, but not in the basement, not yet. We needed to focus on the human element, on the history of the suppression of this cult. "All right," Liam said, straightening up. "Let's get out of here for a bit. We're both shaken. We need to clear our heads, get some food, and then we come up with a plan. We can't go back in there without a clear strategy. But this isn't over, Clara, not by a long shot." I nodded, feeling a grim resolve settling in my chest. The fear was still there, but now it was tempered by a fierce determination. I wasn't just a librarian anymore. I was a guardian, a protector of Blackwood, whether the town knew it or not. Liam drove us to a small diner in the next town over. We sat in a booth, sipping lukewarm coffee, trying to process the horrifying discovery. We spoke in hushed tones, recounting every detail, trying to find patterns, connections, anything we might have missed. "So the child's skeleton," I said, my voice still trembling. Thorne called it a pure vessel. What if the deep whisperer isn't just a disembodied entity? What if it needs a physical form, a host body? Liam paled further. A host, you mean it could possess someone, a child? Or it needs the essence of a child, their innocence, to fuel its power, I speculated, remembering Thorne's chilling words about gifts of flesh and spirit. And the skull, as the seat of the soul, would be the most potent part. And if someone took it, then the deep whisperer would be left, incomplete, Liam concluded, his eyes distant as he pieced together the horrifying implications. It would be trapped, diminished, but not gone, just like Thorne wrote, a fragment of its essence, trapped within the mundane, yearning for release. And it's been trying to get that skull back for centuries. And it chose a leaner Vance, and now me, to do its bidding, I added, a cold dread washing over me. It wants me to find its missing piece to complete it. The thought was utterly repugnant. I was being used by an ancient evil. "We need to figure out who took the skull, Clara," Liam reiterated, slamming his fist gently on the table. "And why, and what they did with it. If they contained it, there might be a way to destroy it, or at least to keep it from ever being reunited with its host." "But how do we find out?" I asked. Thorne's journals are filled with cult ramblings. Eliner's diary is cryptic, and the library archives are vast. Liam took a deep breath. We focus. Thorne's final journals might mention the theft or a betrayal or someone else's records. Who was Eliner Vance? A spiritual successor, perhaps. She seemed to know a lot about it. Did she try to finish what the original thief started, or was she just documenting the growing restlessness? "She was the head librarian," I said, remembering her portrait, her severe expression, dedicated to the library, and she wrote about strange things happening in the library. Maybe she discovered the truth and then tried to contain it. Or tried to find a way to destroy it, Liam mused. Her diary, Clara, it's our best bet. And then anything else from that period, 1912, that might shed light on what she was doing. Other librarians, records, town council minutes, anything that hints at an unsettling event. We ate in silence for a while, the horrifying images of the child's skeleton and the looming shadow still vivid in our minds. But a new sense of purpose was beginning to solidify. We weren't just running anymore. We were investigating. "I have a few days off from work anyway," Liam finally said, looking at me. "Consider me your personal paranormal investigator. I'll stay at my place tonight, come back first thing tomorrow. We'll tackle Eliner Vance's records and anything else from that era. And maybe we bring some salt, some sage, and a very large crucifix next time we go to the basement." He tried to joke, but his eyes were grim. I managed a weak smile. I appreciate the thought, but I think we stick to research first. No more basement excursions until we have a better plan. That night, alone in my quiet house, the library felt closer than ever, its malevolent presence a cold weight on my soul. I kept thinking of the poor child, sacrificed to this ancient entity, and I thought of Eliner Vance, living with this secret, documenting its slow, agonizing resurgence. I also thought of the find message. It was a direct communication. The deep whisperer knew I was looking. It was watching, and it was waiting for me to make a mistake. The next morning, Liam and I met back at the library. The sun was shining, a deceptively cheerful facade on a day that felt anything but. We immediately went to my office and began poring over Eleanor Vance's diary. Her handwriting was intricate, her prose formal, but her later entries grew increasingly agitated. The entry from October 27, 1912, was just the beginning. The following pages documented a chilling escalation of activity. October 28, 1912. The whispers grow louder, distinct now. Not words, but sounds. A mournful cry, a child sobbing, distant and faint, yet clear. It emanates from the walls, from the very foundations of the library. It is restless. It calls for what was taken. The presence watches me. I feel its cold breath on my neck, even in the light of day. November 3rd, 1912. I have been studying Thorne's journals, hidden away in the deepest archives. The truth is more terrible than I could have imagined. The sacrifices, the deep whisperer, it lives beneath our feet, and its fragment, the essence it craves, was indeed taken. Stolen by the Sons of Silence, a dissenting faction of Thorne's own followers, who sought to imprison the abomination rather than feed it. They buried it deep below beneath the symbol. My blood ran cold, the Sons of Silence, a dissenting faction, so someone did try to stop Thorne, and they buried the missing piece deep below beneath the symbol. That meant the box with the child's skull was the stolen fragment. November 9th, 1912. The entity's attempts to communicate are growing bolder. It manipulates the library, moving objects, creating cold spots. It projects visions. Last night, I saw a gaunt woman, eyes hollow, staring from the second-floor window. It was a manifestation of its despair, its longing for what it lost. It is a terrifying intelligence, seeking to exploit my desire for knowledge, to use me as its instrument. I gasped, looking at Liam. The face in the window, she saw it too, it wasn't. Eleanor Vance saw it too. It wasn't a random apparition, but a deliberate act by the entity, a manipulation. It tried to scare her, to compel her, just as it was trying to compel me. Liam's face was grim, the Sons of Silence, a splinter group trying to contain it. This changes everything, Clara. It means there's a history of resistance, not just blind worship. And if they manage to trap the entity's essence, there might be a way to keep it trapped or even destroy it. We continued reading, the words a lifeline in the terrifying mystery. November 15th, 1912. The cold intensifies, the whispers now a constant hum in my ears. I dream of the chamber below, of the child's bones and the carved box. The entity shows me visions of its past, of Thorne's rituals, of the power it once held. It tries to break my will, to make me believe its cause is just, that its suffering is profound. It implies that only by reuniting its essence will Blackwood thrive again. November 20th, 1912. I found it, the Ritual of Severance. A text hidden within Thorne's most secretive writings, detailing not only the offerings, but also methods for disrupting the communion, for weakening the entity. It speaks of a specific material, a mineral native to the Blackwood Hills said to repel the deep whisperer's influence. It calls it obsidian heart, a dark stone, shimmering with ancient power. The Sons of Silence used a similar method to seal the fragment, though their knowledge was incomplete. My eyes widened. Obsidian heart, a mineral. Eleanor found a way to repel it. Liam leaned closer, his excitement palpable. This is it, Clara. This is what we needed. A weakness, a countermeasure. The Sons of Silence sealed the box with it, or at least a similar method. Eleanor found the full ritual of severance. November 25th, 1912. The deep whispers attacks are becoming physical. Books fly from shelves, doors slam, cold hands brush against my skin. It senses my discovery, my intent to counter it. I must work quickly. The obsidian heart is rare, but I believe I know where a deposit lies, a forgotten mine shaft on the old thorn land, now overgrown. The town records hint at its existence. December 1st, 1912. I have gathered a sufficient quantity of the obsidian heart. Its touch is cold, almost painful, but it pulses with a strange energy. I have crafted several small talismans and begun placing them around the library, especially near the staff staircase and the main entrance to the basement. The entity recoils from them. Its whispers grow faint, replaced by a sound of pure agony. It is working. Talismans, I exclaimed. She made talismans to repel it. December 7th, 1912. The ritual of severance requires more than mere repulsion. It demands a binding, a permanent sealing, to sever the entity's connection to its fragment entirely and to the land itself. I must return to the chamber, not to free the skull, but to reinforce its prison. I need to perform the full ritual at the site of its greatest manifestation. I dread the thought, but it is my duty. For Blackwood, for the innocent souls taken by Thorn's depravity. December 10th, 1912. The final preparations are made. The library is quieter now, the entity's presence diminished by the talismans, but it still watches, waiting. I have left instructions in a hidden compartment of my desk, along with a map to the mine shaft should my efforts fail. The truth must not be lost again. I pray for strength, for the courage to face this ancient evil and condemn it to the darkness from whence it came. The entry abruptly ended there. There were no more dates, no more words. Eleanor Vance's diary simply stopped. Liam and I stared at the last entry, a profound silence filling the room. The full horror and bravery of Eleanor Vance's actions settled over us. She didn't just document it, she fought it. She tried to seal it away permanently. So she went back down, Liam said, his voice hushed, to perform the full ritual of severance, to sever its connection to the skull and the land. And the obsidian heart, I added, my mind racing. A mineral that repels it. If she succeeded, then why is it active again now? Liam pointed to the date, December 10th, 1912, over 100 years ago. Perhaps her ritual wasn't permanent, or its effects simply wore off over time, or something disrupted it. Hidden compartment of her desk, I murmured, remembering the text, and a map to the mine shaft. This is crucial, Liam. If her efforts failed or weakened, then those instructions might contain the key to finishing her work. We immediately began searching Eleanor Vance's antique desk, which was still in the main administrative office, now used by the assistant director. It was a beautiful, dark oak piece with many drawers and nooks. We meticulously checked every surface, every joint. After about 20 minutes, Liam ran his hand along the underside of the central drawer. "Got it," he whispered. With a quiet click, a small, shallow panel slid out, revealing a hidden space. Inside, nestled amongst yellowed velvet, were two items. A small, leather-bound notebook, much smaller than Thorne's journals, and a tightly rolled parchment, brittle with age. I carefully extracted them, my hands trembling. The notebook had a faded, almost illegible title on its cover, Observations and Further Notes on the Deep Whisperer. This must be her personal research, beyond the diary, I said, excitement mingling with trepidation. We unrolled the parchment. It was a hand-drawn map, faded but still clear. It showed the Blackwood area with key landmarks. A large X was marked over a dense patch of woods, accompanied by the words, Thorn's Mine Obsidian Heart Deposit. The mine shaft, Liam said, tracing the map with his finger. This is where she got the obsidian heart, and probably where we can get more. And the notebook contains the full ritual of severance, and maybe instructions on how to reinforce the ceiling, I concluded, opening the small journal with extreme care. The pages were filled with Eleanor Vance's neat, spidery script, detailing complex diagrams and intricate instructions for the ritual. She had clearly refined Thorn's own lore, twisting his rituals of communion into rituals of containment. The core of the ritual involved crushing the obsidian heart into a fine powder, mixing it with specific herbs and salts, and then using this mixture to form a barrier, both physical and spiritual, around the entity's point of power, the box with the skull. It also required a verbal component, a series of chants and incantations in an archaic dialect, aimed at severing the entity's ties to the mundane world and binding it to its own isolated dimension. Crucially, Eleanor had added a final step, a permanent seal, to be placed directly on the stone slab covering the chamber. This seal involved carving a specific countersymbol into the obsidian heart itself, and then fusing it onto the slab using a mixture of animal blood and molten lead, creating an unbreakable barrier. She theorized that the molten lead, being a pure element, would enhance the obsidian heart's repellent properties, while the blood, a symbol of life force, would anchor the binding to the physical world, making it permanent. She had also documented her own attempt. December 12, 1912, the ritual of severance was performed. The obsidian heart talismans had indeed weakened the entity. I entered the chamber with the newly prepared mixture, speaking the ancient words. The deep whisperer manifested, a terrible, formless shadow, screaming with unholy agony as I placed the obsidian heart around the pedestal. It thrashed, it twisted, but its power was diminished. I then prepared the countersymbol, carved into the largest piece of obsidian heart I possessed. I heated the lead, mixed it with the blood, and placed the glowing, molten mixture onto the stone slab, fusing the countersymbol into its surface. The deep whisperer's screams intensified, then ceased. A profound silence descended upon the chamber. I believe it is done. It is sealed. Blackwood is safe, but I fear a complete severance might never be truly possible. A fragment, however small, may always linger, watching, waiting for the seal to break, for the obsidian heart to lose its potency. We must never forget. So she did seal it, I said, a wave of hope washing over me. She sealed the chamber and the entity within using the obsidian heart. Liam tapped the last sentence, but she also feared it wasn't permanent. A fragment may always linger, waiting for the seal to break, for the obsidian heart to lose its potency. This is why it's back, Clara. The seal broke. The obsidian heart lost its power, or the lead corroded. Or the entity itself found a way to subtly erode the seal over decades, I mused. It's been trying to get us to free it, to find the skull so it can be complete. That means its power has grown enough to influence the outside world again. Which means we need to repeat Eleanor's ritual, Liam stated, his voice firm. But this time, we need to make it truly permanent. We need to find more obsidian heart, and we need to understand every detail of this ritual. And we need to go to that mine shaft, I added, looking at the map. The sooner the better, before the entity grows any stronger. The thought of going back into the library, especially into that terrifying basement chamber, filled me with dread. But the alternative, allowing this ancient evil to fully manifest and unleash itself on Blackwood, was far worse. We can't go to the mine unprepared, Liam cautioned. Old mine shafts are dangerous, and we'll need the right tools to extract the obsidian heart. I'll need to do some research on its properties and how to safely handle it. We decided on a plan. Liam would spend the rest of the day researching old mine safety procedures, the properties of lead, and the specific herbs Elinor mentioned in her ritual. He also wanted to identify the exact location of the mine shaft on more modern maps, using Elinor's hand-drawn one as a guide. I would stay at the library, meticulously transcribing Elinor's ritual instructions and preparing a list of all the materials we would need. We'd meet first thing tomorrow morning, armed with our new knowledge, and head to the mine. The rest of the day was a blur of frantic activity. I typed out Elinor's notes, double-checking every detail, every ingredient. The ritual was complex, involving precise measurements and specific timings, almost like an alchemical process. She had even included specific atmospheric conditions, a period of low atmospheric pressure, a waning moon for optimal effect. We would have to plan carefully. As evening approached and Mrs. Henderson's cheerful goodbyes echoed through the library, I felt the familiar chill return. The library was quiet again, but the silence now seemed heavy, expectant. I could almost feel the entity's gaze on me, its awareness of my intentions. It knew I had discovered Elinor's plans. It knew I was preparing to try and stop it. I placed Elinor's notebook and map in a secure, fireproof safe in my office, along with Thorne's journals and the parchment. These documents were too dangerous to leave unguarded. That night I dreamt of the Deep Whisperer. It was a formless presence, a vortex of shadow and whispers, screaming in a language I couldn't understand, yet its agony was palpable. It showed me fleeting images, a desolate blackwood choked by a creeping, dark tendril, the faces of terrified children, Elinor Vance, defiant but grim, chanting ancient words as molten lead glowed in her hand. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart hammering, the whispers still echoing in my ears. The next morning, Liam arrived, looking tired but determined. He had a stack of printouts from his research. The mine shaft is indeed on the old Thorne estate, now a forgotten corner of Blackwood State Park, he reported, pointing to a modern topographical map. It's well off any marked trails, completely overgrown. No wonder it hasn't been disturbed. As for the obsidian heart, it's a type of volcanic glass, common in certain regions, but this Blackwood variety, as Elinor called it, has unique properties. It's highly resistant to corrosion, but its spiritual potency, if that's what we're calling it, can indeed wane over time, especially if subjected to a constant, subtle drain of energy. So the seal naturally weakened, I concluded, a grim understanding forming. Exactly, Liam said, which means we need to not only reseal it, but perhaps incorporate something new to make it truly permanent. Something to enhance its resistance to whatever the Deep Whisperer is doing to erode its power. He looked thoughtful. I've been reading about ancient Roman techniques for lead work, and also some less conventional methods for energy amplification using certain crystal structures. It might sound crazy, but if we're fighting a supernatural entity, we might as well use every tool available. I nodded, ready to embrace any unconventional solution. What about the other ingredients for the ritual? Elinor listed them precisely, Liam said. Certain types of mountain herbs, specific salts. They're all fairly common, though finding pure versions might take a little effort. I've already put in an order at a specialty herb shop in the next county. They can have them delivered by tomorrow evening. Our immediate goal was the mine shaft. Liam had packed a more extensive kit for this expedition. Heavy-duty flashlights, climbing ropes, a geological hammer, chisels, a pickaxe, safety helmets, and a first aid kit. "We're going to be archaeologists and spelunkers today, Clara," he said, trying to lighten the mood. "Just follow my lead, stick to the plan, and don't touch anything that looks suspiciously like an ancient curse." We drove out to Blackwood State Park, Liam's pickup truck bumping along a barely visible dirt track that branched off the main road. The woods grew thicker, the trees ancient and gnarled, their branches heavy with moss. The air grew colder, even though it was a bright, sunny day. I felt a familiar prickle on my skin, the sense of being watched. The entity was aware. Liam finally stopped the truck at the edge of what looked like an impenetrable thicket. According to a leaner's map, the mine entrance should be somewhere in here. We donned our helmets, headlamps, and gloves. Liam carried the heavier tools, while I carried a backpack with water, snacks, and a smaller hammer and chisel for delicate extraction. The hike through the dense undergrowth was arduous. Thorny bushes snagged at our clothes, and fallen logs tripped us up, but Liam's tracking skills were excellent. After nearly an hour of pushing through the wilderness, we found it. It wasn't a grand mine entrance, but a narrow, almost hidden crevice in a rocky outcrop, partially obscured by ancient vines and a collapsing wooden beam. The air emanating from it was distinctly colder than the surrounding woods and carried a faint, earthy mineral scent. "This is it," Liam whispered, shining his headlamp into the darkness. The beam disappeared into a short, unstable-looking tunnel. Looks like a single-shaft, low-yield operation. Probably why it was abandoned. Let's be extremely careful. We tested the stability of the entrance with a long stick. It seemed precarious but held. Liam, being the more experienced outdoorsman, went first, slowly navigating the narrow passage. I followed closely behind, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. The tunnel sloped downwards, the air growing colder and damper with every step. The walls were rough-hewn rock, studded with moisture. Water dripped steadily from the ceiling, echoing in the confined space. We soon reached a small, cramped chamber. Liam's headlamp illuminated the chamber. The walls here were different. They weren't just rough rock. They were striated with veins of deep, shimmering black, almost glassy in texture. "Obsidian heart," Liam breathed, reaching out to touch one of the veins. It's exactly as Alina described, cold to the touch, and it seems to absorb the light. As his hand brushed against the black stone, I felt a sudden, intense wave of cold wash over me, a chilling sensation that seemed to sink into my very bones. And then, faintly, I heard it, a whisper. Not the angry roar of the entity in the basement, but a soft, almost mournful hum, vibrating from the very walls around us. "Did you feel that?" I asked, pulling my hand back sharply. Liam nodded, his eyes wide. "The stone, it's doing something. It's reacting. Alina wasn't kidding about its properties." The obsidian heart seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light, a subtle shimmer that was only visible in the periphery of our vision. It was beautiful, but profoundly unsettling. "All right," Liam said, shaking off the strange sensation. "Let's get to work. We need substantial pieces for the countersymbol and smaller fragments for the powdered mixture. We'll focus on the larger veins first." Using the geological hammer and chisels, Liam began to carefully extract chunks of the obsidian heart from the chamber walls. The stone was surprisingly brittle, flaking off in sharp, jagged pieces. Each strike of the hammer sent a shiver through the rock, and the subtle hum of the whispers intensified. I worked beside him, using a smaller chisel to carefully collect smaller fragments, avoiding the sharp edges. The air in the mine grew heavy, almost oppressive. The cold was constant, making my fingers stiff. As we worked, the whispers around us became more distinct. They weren't directed at us, but seemed to be emanating from the obsidian heart itself, a chorus of faint, sorrowful voices, like trapped spirits. It was a terrifying experience, like tapping into the raw, ancient energy of the earth itself. After about an hour of strenuous work, we had a good supply of obsidian heart, wrapped carefully in cloth to prevent damage. We had several larger, relatively flat pieces, and a bag full of smaller fragments. "That should be enough," Liam said, wiping sweat from his brow. "This place is giving me the creeps. Let's get out of here." As we made our way back up the tunnel, the whispers faded and the oppressive cold gradually lessened. When we finally emerged from the mine shaft into the bright sunlight, I gasped, taking deep breaths of the clean, fresh air. The contrast was stark, like shedding a heavy cloak of dread. We drove back to Blackwood, both of us quiet, still processing the strange experience in the mine. The obsidian heart was real, and its power was palpable. This gave me hope, but also a renewed sense of the terrifying scale of what we were up against. Back at the library, Liam and I spread out Elinor's notebook and our newly acquired obsidian heart on a large table in the staff lounge. We spent the rest of the afternoon meticulously planning the ritual. Elinor's instructions were incredibly detailed, specifying not only the ingredients but also the preparation of the chamber, the timing of the incantations, and the precise method for applying the obsidian heart mixture and the final lead seal. She specifically mentioned a waning moon for the ritual, I noted, checking a calendar. That's 3 nights from now, and a period of low atmospheric pressure. I'll keep an eye on the weather forecast. "Good," Liam said. "We need every advantage we can get. And for the final seal, the counter symbol, Elinor's diagram is precise. I'll need to carve it perfectly into one of these larger pieces of obsidian heart. This will take time and a steady hand." He selected the largest, flattest piece of obsidian heart we had found, about the size of his palm. Its surface was a deep, mesmerizing black, occasionally catching the light with a faint, silvery sheen. "And the molten lead and animal blood," I reminded him, a shiver running down my spine. "The animal blood, where would we get that?" Liam looked uncomfortable. Elinor didn't specify. It was probably more common in her time. But well, I have a friend who's a butcher, a bit unconventional. I can ask him for a small quantity of fresh blood. It sounds barbaric, but if it's what's needed to bind this thing, then so be it. I nodded, feeling a wave of nausea. The thought was repulsive, but the stakes were too high. For the next 2 days, we worked relentlessly. Liam carefully carved the intricate countersymbol into the obsidian heart, his brow furrowed in concentration. The symbol was complex, a series of interlocking lines and angles that seemed to defy easy interpretation, a mirror image of Thorn's downward-pointing arrow, but with upward-reaching elements, symbolizing containment and ascent. I, meanwhile, focused on the other preparations. I sourced the specific herbs and salts, meticulously measuring and grinding them into a fine powder, exactly as Elinor had instructed. The library, for once, felt strangely calm, as if the entity was holding its breath, waiting for our move. Or perhaps the obsidian heart we had brought back was already subtly dampening its influence. The weather forecast for the night of the waning moon looked promising. Clear skies and a significant drop in atmospheric pressure. Everything was aligning. On the third evening, as dusk settled over Blackwood, we gathered our tools and materials. Liam had the freshly carved obsidian heart, several small containers of the powdered mixture, a small crucible for the lid, a portable butane torch, and a small, sealed vial containing the dark, viscous animal blood. I carried Elinor's notebook, a small broom and dustpan for cleaning the chamber, and a powerful tactical flashlight. "Ready, Clara?" Liam asked, his voice low and serious. His face was pale, but his eyes held a steely resolve. I took a deep breath, as I'll ever be for Blackwood. We made our way to the staff staircase. The cold air wafted up from the basement, but it felt less intense tonight, perhaps due to the obsidian heart we now carried. The metallic, sweet smell was still there, but less cloying. As we descended, the air grew heavy, but the whispers were notably absent. The silence was almost unsettling in its completeness. The entity was either genuinely weakened, or it was biding its time, letting us walk into its trap. We reached the chamber entrance, the heavy stone slab still resting precariously on the wooden wedges Liam had placed. The skeleton of the child lay undisturbed on the pedestal, the carved wooden box still in place of its skull. The silence here was profound, chilling. The rhythmic tap, 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 and the deep thrumming were gone. It felt like the eye of a storm, a temporary lull before an unimaginable tempest. "It's quiet," I whispered, my voice barely audible. Liam nodded, his lamp beam sweeping across the chamber. "Too quiet. Be careful, Clara. It's here, it's watching." Following Elinor's instructions, we first cleaned the chamber. We carefully swept away the dust and debris from around the pedestal, creating a clean, purified space for the ritual. As we worked, I felt a faint vibration in the air, a subtle ripple in the unnatural stillness, as if the entity was stirring, its awareness focusing on us. Next, Liam carefully lowered the obsidian heart powder mixture around the base of the pedestal, forming a precise circle. As the powder touched the earth, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer radiated from it, and I felt another wave of that profound cold, this time mixed with a strange, almost electrical sensation. "Now the incantations," I whispered, opening Elinor's notebook to the relevant page. The ancient dialect was difficult, but I had practiced it repeatedly. I began to chant, my voice low and steady, enunciating each word with care. The language felt alien on my tongue, but the words carried a strange power. As I spoke, the obsidian heart powder began to glow faintly, a dull, dark luminescence that pushed back against the shadows in the chamber. The air grew heavier, crackling with unseen energy. The cold intensified, and a faint, mournful whisper began to emerge from the darkness, growing steadily louder, twisting into a tormented shriek as I continued the incantation. The shadow manifested then, not fully formed, but as an oppressive weight in the air, a swirling vortex of darkness at the edges of the chamber, trying to push through the barrier of light emanating from the obsidian heart powder. It writhed and thrashed, its unseen form contorting, its screams echoing in my mind, a symphony of ancient rage and despair. "No release, mine the keeper, you traitors." The whispers were no longer indistinct. They were words clawing at my sanity, trying to break my concentration. Liam, standing beside me, held his ground, his face pale but resolute. He kept his flashlight beam steady on the pedestal, a beacon in the encroaching gloom. I pushed through the fear, focusing on Elinor's words on the countersymbol Liam had carved. This was for Blackwood, for the innocent child, for Elinor Vance. As I finished the last incantation, the glow from the obsidian heart intensified, pushing the swirling shadow back, forcing it to shrink to recoil. The screams faded into a pained hiss, then a low, desperate moan. "Now the seal," I gasped, my voice hoarse, tears streaming down my face. Liam nodded, already prepared. He placed the crucible over the butane torch, carefully melting the light. The silvery liquid shimmered in the dim light. He then opened the vial of blood, its metallic scent sharp and disturbing. With a deep breath, he poured the blood into the molten light. The mixture sizzled, spitting, turning a dark, viscous gray, almost black. It looked like something from a nightmare. Carefully, reverently, Liam placed the carved obsidian heart, countersymbol facing upwards, onto the designated spot on the stone slab. Its surface was cold, absorbing the light. Then, with extreme precision, he poured the molten lead and blood mixture onto the obsidian heart, fusing it into place. The mixture hissed and smoked, a terrible, acrid smell filling the chamber, mixing with the metallic tang of the blood. As the lead cooled and solidified, binding the carved obsidian heart to the stone slab, a profound tremor shook the chamber. It wasn't a destructive quake, but an internal vibration, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself, rising in intensity until it filled our entire being. The deep whisperer's final scream was a sound of pure, unadulterated anguish, a raw, primal roar of betrayal and defeat that seemed to tear at the fabric of existence. It was the sound of something ancient and powerful being irrevocably severed, ripped from its anchors. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the hum ceased. The scream died into a guttural gasp, then absolute silence. The swirling shadow, which had recoiled into the deepest corner of the chamber, vanished entirely, leaving only the oppressive darkness behind. The intense cold dissipated, replaced by the damp, merely cool air of the basement. The metallic, cloying smell began to fade. We stood there, breathless, trembling, listening. Only the distant drip of water and our own ragged breaths broke the silence. Is it over?" I whispered, afraid to hope. Liam slowly lowered his torch, his hand shaking. He shone his light on the stone slab. The obsidian heart, with its intricate countersymbol, was fused perfectly into the stone, a dark, gleaming testament to Eleanor Vance's courage and our own desperate efforts. It pulsed with a faint, internal light, a subtle energy that felt different now, more stable, less malevolent. "I think so, Clara," Liam said, his voice hoarse with emotion. "I think we did it. We sealed it. We banished the deep whisperer." A wave of overwhelming relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought me to my knees. The terror, the dread, the constant feeling of being watched, it was gone, replaced by a fragile, tentative peace. We slowly, carefully, made our way out of the chamber, Liam lowering the stone slab back into place. This time, we didn't bother to seal it with dirt. The obsidian heart, fused into its surface, was the new, eternal seal. As we ascended the staff staircase, the air grew progressively lighter, cleaner. The faint, metallic smell was almost completely gone. We burst out into the administrative corridor, into the relative light, gasping for air that now felt pure and untainted. We walked through the silent library, no longer feeling the oppressive weight, the unseen gaze. The building felt calm, still old, still echoing with history, but no longer pregnant with a malevolent presence. We reached the front doors, opening them to the night. The waning moon hung high in the sky, casting a soft, ethereal glow over Blackwood. The air was crisp, clean, and silent. "We should probably check for any residual activity," Liam suggested, though his voice held a note of profound exhaustion. Make sure it's truly gone. I nodded. Yes, we'll spend the next few days monitoring the library, but for tonight, I just need to breathe. We drove to my house in silence, the weight of the past few days, the horror of what we had seen and done, slowly settling into our bones. The adrenaline was fading, leaving behind a profound weariness. Liam stayed on my couch that night. We were both too shaken to be alone. I slept, for the first time in days, without nightmares, a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, the sun streamed through my windows, bright and welcoming. The world felt normal again, but I knew it never truly would be. Blackwood had a secret, an ancient evil that had once been dormant, and was now, hopefully, dormant once more. Over the next few days, Liam and I diligently monitored the library. We checked the basement archives daily, though we did not reopen the sealed chamber. The cold spots were gone. The metallic, sweet smell had completely dissipated. The subtle thrumming, the whispers, the flickering lights, all gone. The library was just an old building again, filled with books and memories, but no longer a prison for an ancient entity. We also checked my office. The framed photograph of Eleanor Vance stood undisturbed. The parchment with the find message was still in my safe, a chilling reminder of the manipulation. But there were no new messages, no strange occurrences. The absence of the entity's presence was almost as unsettling as its presence had been. It was like living in a house that had suddenly gone silent after a long, terrible storm. The quiet was unnerving. Liam suggested we perform a small cleansing ritual around the library, using sage and blessed water, just to be sure. It was more for our peace of mind than anything else, but it felt right. We walked through every room, every corridor, dispelling the lingering unease. After a week of vigilant monitoring, Liam finally felt confident. It's gone, Clara, or at least it's sealed again. For good this time, I hope. That combination of lead and obsidian heart should be far more robust than Eleanor's original seal. I looked out at the quiet Blackwood streets, a profound sense of responsibility and triumph settling over me. We had done it. We had faced an ancient evil, and we had won, for now. What do we do with all of this? I asked, gesturing to Thorne's journals, Eleanor's notebook, and the parchment, which still lay in my safe. Liam thought for a moment. They need to be preserved, but not in the open. Perhaps a very secure, hidden section of the library, far from the basement. And we need to add our own account, our own observations to Eleanor's. Anew further notes for the next generation, just in case. I nodded, already formulating the words in my mind. The truth about the deep whisperer, about Elias Thorne's cult, about Eleanor Vance's bravery, and our own desperate struggle, it needed to be preserved. Not for public consumption, but for those who might one day discover the library's darkest secret. A warning, a guide, a legacy of vigilance. And the child's skeleton, I said, a somber note entering my voice. We can't just leave it there, even if it's sealed. It deserves a proper burial. Liam looked at me, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Disturbing the seal, Clara. That might be risky. Not the seal itself, I clarified, but a proper burial, a blessing. We need to acknowledge what happened, to honor the innocent, not to free the entity, but to bring peace to the victim. Perhaps a small, symbolic gesture over the slab, an unmarked grave in the forest, something to show that Blackwood remembers and condemns what was done. Liam was silent for a moment, then nodded. You're right, we owe that child, but it needs to be done with utmost care, and maybe a few more precautions. A spiritual cleansing, a final blessing. We spent the next few days preparing for this final, somber task. Liam researched ancient burial rites, and I found a local priest who, surprisingly, was open to performing a discreet blessing for undefined. A discreet blessing for what I vaguely described as a very old, tragic occurrence. He's a kindly man, Father Michael, and very empathetic. I think he'll understand the solemnity of the situation, even if we can't give him all the supernatural details. Liam nodded, his expression thoughtful. Good, we need that sense of closure. My research into ancient burial rites suggests that true peace for a disturbed spirit often comes not just from reburial, but from acknowledgement, from being remembered and released. We won't be disturbing the seal itself, but perhaps performing a ceremony over the slab, recognizing the child, could serve as a final act of compassion and containment. It's about severing any lingering connection the child's spirit might have to the entity, ensuring it can move on. So not just for the child, but for Blackwood too, I murmured, understanding, to cleanse the memory, the stain. Exactly, Liam confirmed. I've found some references to rites of quietus, ceremonies designed to bring a restless soul to rest. They often involve elements of cleansing, purification, and the specific invocation of peace. It's less about a grand exorcism and more about gentle release. We'll need a few items: consecrated water, certain herbs, perhaps a small, symbolic offering. Nothing that risks disturbing the powerful seal we've already laid. We spent the next day preparing for this final, somber task. Liam gathered the items: a simple wooden bowl for the consecrated water, a small pouch of dried lavender and rosemary, and a few smooth river stones. I contacted Father Michael, who agreed to meet us at the library the following evening after closing hours. I told him we had uncovered a tragic historical incident during our renovation involving a child, and we wished to offer a quiet prayer and blessing. He sounded genuinely moved and agreed without hesitation. As evening approached on the day of the blessing, a strange sense of anticipation settled over the library. It wasn't the menacing dread of before, but a quieter, almost reverent atmosphere. The building felt lighter, yet still held a profound gravity. The knowledge of what lay beneath and the history it represented was a heavy cloak draped over its silent halls. Father Michael arrived promptly at 7. He was a man in his late 50s, with kind eyes, a gentle smile, and a calming presence. He carried a worn leather breviary and a small silver flask. He greeted us warmly, his gaze taking in the quiet library. "Thank you for inviting me, Clara Liam," he said, his voice soft. "You mentioned a tragedy. What is it you've found?" I exchanged a glance with Liam. We had agreed on a carefully constructed narrative, one that would convey the essence of the situation without revealing the terrifying supernatural details that would surely strain his credulity, or worse, put him in danger. "Father," I began, choosing my words carefully, during our exploration of the library's oldest sections, particularly the sealed-off basement areas, we uncovered evidence of a truly horrifying historical event. It appears that many years ago, a child suffered a deeply unjust and tragic end here. Their remains were not given a proper burial. We believe a blessing, a moment of remembrance, is long overdue to bring peace to their spirit and to this place. Father Michael's kind eyes clouded with sorrow. "A child, oh my dear, that is indeed a profound tragedy. Of course, I would be honored to offer a blessing. Where is this unfortunate resting place?" Liam stepped forward, gesturing towards the staff staircase. "It's in a very old, deeply recessed chamber in the basement, Father. It's a somber place, very cold. We've already taken steps to secure the area, but we wanted to ensure the child's soul truly found peace. Father Michael nodded, a solemn expression on his face. He seemed to sense the unusual gravity of the situation, even without the full truth. Lead the way, then. Let us pray for this lost lamb. We led Father Michael down the staff staircase. The air grew cooler, damper, but the suffocating dread was absent. The metallic, sweet smell was gone. The deep whisperer's presence was no longer palpable, but the history of its horrors lingered like a faint echo. When we reached the basement corridor, Father Michael paused, his gaze drawn to the heavy stone slab covering the chamber entrance. He saw the dark, gleaming countersymbol of obsidian heart fused into its surface, though he wouldn't know its significance. "This is it, Father," I whispered, my voice tinged with a fresh wave of sadness. "Beneath this stone." Father Michael approached the slab, placing a hand gently upon its cold surface. His eyes closed for a moment, and he murmured a silent prayer. He then opened his silver flask and poured a small amount of consecrated water onto the stone, making the sign of the cross. "In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit," he began, his voice clear and resonant in the confined space, "we commend the soul of this innocent child to Almighty God. May eternal light shine upon them, and may they rest in peace." He began to recite prayers from his breviary, his voice filling the silence, a balm against the lingering shadows. Liam and I stood beside him, holding our breath, our hearts heavy. We placed the small pouch of lavender and rosemary on the slab, along with the river stones, symbols of peace and remembrance. As Father Michael continued his blessing, his hand resting on the stone, I felt a subtle shift in the air, a different kind of energy from the deep whisperer's malevolence. It was a faint, warm current, like a gentle breeze passing through the chamber. And then a fleeting image, a flash in my mind's eye, a small ethereal light rising from deep beneath the earth, soaring upwards, free. It was gone as quickly as it came, leaving behind a profound sense of quietude. Father Michael finished his prayers, making another sign of the cross. He looked up, a serene, almost radiant expression on his face. "There is great sadness here," he said, his voice soft, "but also a profound sense of peace now. I feel a release. This child's soul has found its way home." He looked at us, his eyes gentle. "Thank you for doing this. It was truly an act of compassion." He didn't question the sealed stone or the lack of a traditional coffin. He simply accepted the peace he felt. We exchanged a relieved glance with Liam. Our deception, born of necessity, seemed to have worked. As we led Father Michael back up the stairs, the atmosphere lightened further. The library felt truly cleansed now, not just free of malice, but touched by a genuine, healing grace. "You've done a good thing here," Father Michael said as we reached the main floor. "Sometimes, all a lost soul needs is to be remembered, and for a prayer to be offered." He smiled warmly. "If you ever uncover other historical oddities, feel free to call upon me." We thanked him profusely, and he departed, leaving us alone in the quiet, empty library. "I think that did it," Liam said, a profound sense of relief in his voice. "The child's soul is at peace, and the library, it feels truly clean now." I nodded, a deep weariness settling over me, but also a profound sense of accomplishment. "We did it, Liam. We really did it." We spent the next few days monitoring the library, a final check to ensure the quiet remained. It did. The cold spots were gone, the whispers were gone, the flickering lights were gone. The building hummed with the familiar, comforting silence of a place dedicated to knowledge, not terror. We took Eleanor Vance's journal, Thorne's cult writings, the map, and the parchment with the find message. and locked them away in a newly created, highly secured hidden compartment within my office's fireproof safe. These were documents of profound power and danger, and they needed to be guarded with the utmost care. I also added my own comprehensive account, detailing everything we had discovered, everything we had done. A new further notes for the next generation, as Liam had suggested, a legacy of vigilance. As I closed the safe door, a sense of completion, fragile but real, settled over me. The deep whisperer was sealed. The child's soul was at rest. Blackwood was safe. But even in this newfound peace, a subtle unease remained, a tiny knot of apprehension that refused to entirely unravel. The story of the deep whisperer was ancient, its tendrils reaching through centuries. What if a seal, however robust, could only hold for so long? Eleanor Vance herself had feared a complete severance might never be truly possible. A fragment, however small, may always linger, watching, waiting for the seal to break, for the obsidian heart to lose its potency. My days at the library returned to a semblance of normalcy. I organized books, assisted patrons, managed staff, but my perspective had fundamentally shifted. Every shadow held a deeper meaning. Every unexpected creak of the old building sent a flicker of awareness through me. I was no longer just a librarian. I was a guardian, privy to a terrifying secret, bound to protect Blackwood from an ancient evil that now slept, but might one day stir again. Liam, too, had changed. He no longer approached his restoration projects with the same casual air. He was more observant, more attuned to the subtle energies of old buildings. He volunteered to come by the library periodically, just to check on the old girl, as he put it, a shared understanding passing between us. He became a silent partner in my vigilance. Weeks turned into months. Fall gave way to winter, then to spring. The library remained quiet, peaceful. The spring sunlight streamed through its tall windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air, a picture of tranquil domesticity. The terror seemed like a distant nightmare, an unbelievable tale. Then one warm spring afternoon, a young woman arrived at the library. She was new to Blackwood, recently moved from a larger city, and was eager to learn about the town's history. She was bright, enthusiastic, and quickly became a regular patron. Her name was Sarah Jennings. Sarah was particularly fascinated by the local folklore, the strange legends whispered among the older residents. She devoured books on Blackwood's founding, its eccentric characters, its hidden histories. I often saw her poring over local history archives, sometimes giggling at some quaint tale, other times with a thoughtful, almost intense expression. One afternoon she approached my desk, a thick, leather-bound book in her hands. It was an old town register, dating back to the late 17th century, filled with local ordinances, property records, and census information. "Clara," she began, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, "I found something really peculiar in this old register. There's a mention of a family, the Thorne family, obviously the same as the founder, but there's a section, almost a footnote, describing a very unusual property dispute. It mentions a piece of land, referred to as the Whispering Acre, that was mysteriously unclaimed and unsettled for generations, despite being quite central to the original Thorne estate. And then it says, 'No man nor beast will rest upon the Whispering Acre, for the earth there hungers for its due.'" My blood ran cold. The Whispering Acre. The name itself was a chill down my spine, and the phrase, "the earth there hungers for its due," it echoed Thorne's writings about the deep whisperer, its insatiable hunger. "That's interesting, Sarah," I managed, trying to keep my voice even. The Thorne family had a long and rather convoluted history in Blackwood. Many of their old records are a bit enigmatic. Sarah seemed not to notice my sudden tension. And there's more. A later entry from the early 1900s mentions an attempt by the town council to survey the Whispering Acre for a new public garden. But the project was mysteriously abandoned. The entry simply states, ground found unsuitable. Unforeseen disturbances rendered the project impossible. Unforeseen disturbances, Liam's voice from a few months ago, echoed in my mind. Eleanor Vance's time, the deep whisperer, was active then. Could the Whispering Acre be directly connected to the entity, or even to the old Thorne Library land itself? Was it another manifestation point, another point of contention? Do you know where this Whispering Acre is located? I asked, trying to sound casual, but my heart was beginning to pound. Sarah flipped through the register, her finger tracing a faded entry. It gives a general description, a plot bordering the original Thorne Mansion grounds, near where the old sawmill used to be. The register implies it was considered cursed land, even back then. The Thorne Mansion grounds, which had later been redeveloped, a portion of it eventually becoming the site of our very own library. My mind raced. Could the Whispering Acre be part of the library's original plot, or an adjacent piece of land, still holding a connection to the entity? Sarah, I said, forcing a smile, that's truly fascinating. You have a real knack for finding these hidden gems. Could you perhaps make a copy of those specific pages for me? I'd be very interested in delving deeper into that particular piece of Blackwood lore. She beamed. Of course, Clara, I'll do it right now. She took the book to the copy machine, leaving me alone with my unsettling thoughts. I immediately called Liam. Liam, I whispered into the phone, my voice tight. I think we have a problem. A new problem. A patron just found a reference to something called the Whispering Acre in an old town register. It sounds familiar. I quickly relayed Sarah's findings. Liam was silent for a moment on the other end. The Whispering Acre, he repeated, his voice low. The earth hungers for its due. Clara, that's not just a quaint legend. That sounds like a description of a powerful, lingering spiritual influence. If it borders the old Thorne estate, it could be another site connected to the deep whisperer, or perhaps even an earlier, less powerful manifestation point. But we sealed it, I protested, a cold dread seeping back into my bones. We used Eleanor's ritual, the obsidian heart. It was supposed to be permanent. And it was for the chamber, for the essence we contained, Liam countered, his voice thoughtful. But think about what Thorne wrote. The deep whisperer wasn't just a trapped fragment. It was an entity that was drawn to Blackwood, that influenced the land itself. What if the sealing of its core essence simply redirected its remaining, weaker influences to other points of vulnerability? Or perhaps the sealing created a vacuum that other lingering energies are now filling. My blood ran cold. Eleanor Vance's fears. A complete severance might never be truly possible. A fragment, however small, may always linger. We need to find out exactly where the Whispering Acre is, Liam, I said, my voice urgent. And what it has to do with the library or the Thorne family. Is it a secondary manifestation point, a back door, or something entirely new? I'll come over right away, Liam said, his voice grim. We need to compare Eleanor's map with modern surveys and with whatever Sarah found. This can't be a coincidence, Clara. Liam arrived within the hour. By then, Sarah had enthusiastically presented me with copies of the relevant pages from the Old Town Register, clearly pleased with her discovery. I thanked her, trying to conceal the urgency that now churned within me. Once Sarah had left for the day, and Mrs. Henderson had cheerfully locked up, Liam and I spread out Eliner's original map, Sarah's copies of the register entries, and a modern topographical map of Blackwood on my office table. "All right," Liam said, tracing a finger across Eliner's faded map. "Thorn's mine, where we found the obsidian heart, is here, on the edge of the old estate. The library itself sits on what was once part of the mansion's formal gardens." He then carefully compared the description of the Whispering Acre in the town register with the modern map and Eliner's map. "Here," he finally said, pointing to a specific undeveloped patch of land directly adjacent to the library grounds, currently a dense, overgrown patch of woods. "This appears to be the Whispering Acre. It was once part of the larger Thorn property, but for some reason, it was never formally integrated into the subsequent developments. It's been left wild for centuries." My eyes widened in alarm. Right next door, a patch of land where the earth hungers for its due. "Liam, this can't be good." "No, it can't," he agreed, his face serious. "If the Deep Whisperer was truly sealed away from its core essence, then perhaps its residual influence, its shadow, is now drawn to this other place, a place already associated with a history of unease. It's like draining the poison from one wound, only for it to fester in another, weaker spot." "So the library is free, but the entity is still present in Blackwood, just shifted its focus?" I asked, a wave of despair washing over me. We had gone through so much, only for the threat to reappear, albeit in a different form. "Potentially," Liam clarified. "Or perhaps it's an entirely different fragment that was always there, just overshadowed by the main manifestation in the library basement." Thorne's writings hinted at the Deep Whisperer being an ancient, pervasive presence, not just confined to one spot. The library was its primary anchor point, its greatest site of manifestation, but its influence could extend further. "We need to investigate the Whispering Acre," I stated, my resolve hardening. "And we need to do it quickly. If it's starting to act up again, who knows what it could do next." "Agreed," Liam said, already packing his bag. "But this time we're going in with a different strategy. We're not looking for a sealed chamber or a missing skull. We're looking for lingering spiritual energy, for signs of a new, perhaps weaker, but still dangerous manifestation. And we bring the obsidian heart." He pulled out a few small, smooth pieces of the obsidian heart from a pocket. He had kept them as a precaution, a small supply of the protective mineral. "Good idea," I said, gathering my own gear, "and maybe some of Eliner's powder mixture, just in case." The next morning, armed with our small talismans of obsidian heart, a compass, a modern park map, and a healthy dose of trepidation, we set out for the Whispering Acre. It was a bright, sunny day, but the cheerful light felt like a thin veil over an unseen threat. The Whispering Acre was indeed adjacent to the library, a thicket of ancient, gnarled trees, denser and wilder than the surrounding woods. It looked like a place forgotten by time, ignored by development, a pocket of untouched wilderness in the heart of Blackwood. As we approached the edge of the acre, the air grew noticeably colder, even on such a warm day. The birdsong faded, replaced by an unnatural silence. And then, faintly, I heard it again. Not the roaring, angry whispers of the Deep Whisperer, but a soft, almost mournful hum, vibrating from deep within the woods, an echo of the whispers we had heard in the Obsidian Heart mine. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to Liam. He nodded, his face grim. "It's active, but it's different, less aggressive, more pervasive. It's like the land itself is humming with a deep, sorrowful energy. We stepped into the whispering acre. The ground underfoot was soft, covered in decades of fallen leaves and decaying wood. The trees grew unnaturally close together, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out much of the sunlight, plunging the acre into a perpetual twilight. The air was heavy, still, and very, very cold. We walked deeper, slowly, cautiously, our senses on high alert. The hum grew louder, a pervasive drone that seemed to vibrate in my bones. It wasn't threatening, not exactly, but it was profoundly unsettling, like standing too close to a massive, ancient machine operating just beyond the veil of perception. Then we saw them. Scattered throughout the whispering acre, almost hidden by the dense undergrowth and gnarled roots, were small, crude stone markers. They weren't tombstones, not exactly, but irregularly shaped rocks, some barely larger than a fist, others the size of a small boulder, placed upright in the earth. And on each marker, faintly carved, was the raven symbol, Thorn's symbol. My stomach churned. "Liam," I whispered, my voice choked with horror. "These aren't just markers. These are offerings, small ones." Liam knelt beside one of the markers, tracing the faded raven symbol with his finger. Eleanor Vance wrote about Thorn's earliest practices before he perfected the larger, more powerful rituals. He started with smaller offerings, binding the deep whisperer's influence to specific points on the land. These look like those early, minor ritual sites. As he spoke, a wave of intense cold washed over us, and the mournful hum intensified, twisting into a chorus of faint, indistinct whispers. They seemed to emanate from the very earth around us, from the trees, from the stone markers. Hunger, longing, the earth remembers, the whispers wake. My blood ran cold. The entity was here, or at least its influence was, scattered across this land, awakening. "It's like a network," I breathed, looking around at the numerous stone markers. "These aren't grave markers, they're anchors, miniature conduits for its influence." "Exactly," Liam agreed, standing up. "Each one a small point of connection, binding the deep whisperer's presence to this land. While the main ritual in the library basement was, for its core essence, these smaller sites were probably meant to spread its influence, to permeate Blackwood with its power. When we sealed the main source, these secondary anchors must have either become quiescent or, more likely, are now reactivating in the absence of the primary anchor." The implications were terrifying. We hadn't just sealed a single entity. We had sealed the core of a vast, ancient network of influence. And now, the peripheral nodes were stirring. "So what do we do?" I asked, clutching one of the obsidian heart fragments in my hand. It pulsed with a faint, counteracting cold against the chill of the acre. "We do what Eleanor Vance did," Liam said, his eyes scanning the dense woods around us, a new determination setting in his face. "We sever the connections. We cut off these smaller anchors, but we need to do it systematically, and we need to be very careful. These aren't just rocks, Clara. They're imbued with a dark, ancient energy." We decided on a plan. We would use the obsidian heart powder, mixed with some of Eleanor's other herbal deterrents, to create a smaller, localized ritual of severance at each of these stone markers. It wouldn't be as grand or as powerful as the basement ritual, but it would be enough to break the entity's hold on these individual anchors. But first, we needed to identify every single marker within the Whispering Acre. This was a daunting task, as the woods were thick and overgrown, and the markers were often almost completely hidden. We spent the next few hours meticulously searching the acre, marking each raven-carved stone with brightly colored ribbons so we wouldn't miss any. As we moved from marker to marker, the hum and the whispers intensified, almost as if the entity was aware of our intentions, protesting our intrusion. We felt cold spots, fleeting shadows at the edge of our vision, and occasionally a subtle psychic pressure, a feeling of ancient anger directed at us. By late afternoon, we had identified and marked nearly 20 of these crude ritual stones. The sheer number was disheartening. Thorn had clearly woven a complex web of influence across his land. "This is going to take a while," Liam said, wiping sweat from his brow despite the pervasive cold of the acre. "And we can't do it all at once. The ritual takes time for each marker, and we need to be prepared for resistance." "Resistance?" I asked, my voice tight. "The deep whisperer won't just let us sever its connections without a fight," Liam explained. "Even if it's a weaker manifestation here, it's still powerful. We need to perform these mini-severances carefully, one by one, while being vigilant for any retaliation." We decided to start with a few markers nearest the library grounds, working our way inwards. We prepared a small quantity of Aliner's obsidian heart powder mixture, combining it with specific herbs and salts known to disrupt spiritual energies. We approached the first marked stone, nestled at the base of a massive oak tree. The hum here was particularly strong, and the whispers seemed to coalesce into an almost audible sigh of sorrow and resentment. Liam carefully sprinkled the powdered mixture around the base of the stone, forming a small circle. As the powder touched the earth, a faint shimmer radiated outwards, and the whispers immediately sharpened into a desperate, frustrated hiss. I began to recite a condensed version of Aliner's incantations, focusing on severance and containment. The words felt potent, even in this smaller context. As I spoke, the obsidian heart powder glowed faintly, pushing back against the shadows that seemed to gather around the stone. The air grew heavy, thick with an unseen pressure. The temperature plummeted, and a violent gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, swept through the acre, rattling the branches of the ancient trees. The whispers around us intensified into a discordant cacophony, a wave of ancient grief and fury. "Stop, do not interfere. Mine, the earth owes its due." The words screamed in my mind, a direct psychic assault. Liam stood firm, holding a larger piece of obsidian heart in his hand, a silent barrier against the psychic assault. His face was pale, but his eyes were steady. I pushed through the mental onslaught, my voice unwavering, repeating the words of severance. The glow from the obsidian heart powder intensified, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. Then, with a final, guttural shriek that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the air, the whispers around that specific stone marker abruptly ceased. The pervasive hum in that immediate vicinity faded, replaced by a profound, if temporary, silence. The cold dissipated. We stood there, breathing heavily, trembling from the exertion and the psychic backlash. "It worked," I whispered, looking at the now silent stone. The raven symbol seemed to have faded slightly, its dark energy diminished. "One down," Liam said, his voice strained. "Many more to go. This is going to be a long process, Clara." We repeated the process for 2 more markers before the fading light, and our own exhaustion forced us to retreat. Each ritual was a battle, a psychic struggle against the deep whisperer's lingering influence. Each severance met with a renewed burst of furious whispers and chilling cold. When we finally emerged from the whispering acre and stepped back onto the library grounds, the difference was stark. The oppressive cold lifted, the hum faded, and the sounds of ordinary life distant traffic, chirping crickets returned. "We need to be careful," Liam said as we walked towards his truck. "The entity is definitely aware of what we're doing now. It's reacting more strongly with each severance, and those psychic attacks, they're draining." "I know," I said, rubbing my temples where a dull ache had begun to throb, "but we can't stop. If we don't clear these anchors, who knows what kind of influence it will gain over Blackwood. What if it tries to manifest again, using these weaker points?" "Which is why we need to continue," Liam agreed. "But we need to pace ourselves, and we need to consider what happens when we've cleared all of them. What will be the final effect? Will it simply be banished from this land, or will it seek out a new place?" Elinor's journal didn't account for this secondary network. The thought was sobering. We were in uncharted territory now. Elinor Vance had dealt with the primary manifestation. We were dealing with its aftershocks, its residual tendrils. Over the next few weeks, Liam and I dedicated every available moment to the Whispering Acre. We worked methodically, carefully, performing the smaller rituals of severance at each raven-marked stone. It was a slow, grueling process. Each time the entity's resistance grew, its psychic attacks becoming more focused, more intense. We experienced vivid, disturbing visions of Thorn's sacrifices, of the ancient forest, of the deep whisperer's formless, hungry presence. We heard its furious screams echoing in our minds. We developed a routine. Liam would sprinkle the powder, and I would chant the incantations, while we both held pieces of obsidian heart, our personal shields against the entity's assault. We learned to anticipate its reactions, to steel ourselves against its insidious whispers and chilling projections. As the number of severed markers grew, we noticed a subtle shift in the Whispering Acre itself. The oppressive cold began to lessen. The perpetual twilight gave way to dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy, and the unnatural silence was occasionally broken by the chirping of birds, tentatively returning. The earth there still held a lingering sadness, but the malevolent hum slowly dissipated. Finally, after nearly a month of these draining expeditions, we stood before the last marked stone. It was the largest one, nestled deep within the acre, almost like a central altar. The hum here was still strong, and the whispers, though quieter than at the start, were laced with a profound, ancient despair, a desperate clinging to its last connection. "This is it," Liam whispered, his voice hoarse. He looked utterly exhausted, as did I, but a fierce determination burned in his eyes. "The last anchor. We need to give it everything we've got." We performed the ritual for the final time. As Liam sprinkled the powder and I began the incantation, the deep whisperer unleashed its most potent psychic attack yet. The very ground seemed to tremble. The trees writhed as if in agony, and a chilling wind howled through the acre, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage. Images flooded my mind. Thorn, eyes gleaming with madness, overseeing a ritual, the child's skeleton still expectant, Elinor Vance, grim-faced, battling the shadow. But mixed with these images were new, terrifying visions. Blackwood, covered in a creeping, dark blight, people's faces twisted in terror. The library, crumbling, overgrown, consumed by a pervasive darkness. It was a vision of what would happen if we failed, a glimpse into the entity's ultimate goal. "You cannot defeat me. I am eternal. I am the hunger. Blackwood is mine." The words screamed in my mind, trying to shatter my resolve to break my will. I faltered for a moment, the images and the screams almost overwhelming. But then I saw Elinor Vance's defiant face in my mind's eye, and the memory of the child's quiet release after Father Michael's blessing. We could not fail. I pushed back, focusing every fiber of my being on the incantation, on the words of severance. Liam stood beside me, his hand clasping my arm, a silent anchor, his own face a mask of strain. He held a large piece of obsidian heart, its dark surface shimmering, actively pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The glow from the obsidian heart powder around the final stone flared brightly, a beacon against the storm of psychic energy. The wind howled, the trees groaned, and the deep whisperer's screams intensified, a final, desperate roar of agony and defeat. Then, abruptly, it ceased. The wind died, the trees stilled, the ground stopped trembling, the psychic attacks vanished, the profound cold lifted entirely, and the deep, mournful hum that had pervaded the whispering acre for weeks was gone, replaced by a palpable, breathable silence. We stood there breathless, trembling, utterly spent. The silence was profound, almost deafening in its completeness. The acre felt different. It was still a wild, overgrown patch of woods, but the malevolent weight, the ancient sorrow was gone. It felt clean. Liam slowly lowered his hand, his eyes wide. "It's gone, Clara, really gone, from here too." I nodded, tears stinging my eyes, a wave of profound exhaustion and relief washing over me. We had done it. We had truly, finally, severed its connections to Blackwood. "What now?" I whispered, the question heavy with the weight of our shared ordeal. Liam looked around the whispering acre, then back towards the library, visible through a break in the trees. "Now we clean up. We gather all our ribbons, and we make sure this place is truly forgotten again, and we keep watching. We've banished it, Clara, but an entity this old. It might simply be dormant again, driven from its anchors, but not truly destroyed. We've won a battle, perhaps a war, but we need to remain vigilant." We spent another hour clearing all traces of our presence from the whispering acre, removing the ribbons, ensuring no new markers were left. The acre, once a place of creeping dread, now felt simply like an ancient, quiet wood. Back at the library, Liam and I sat in my office, sipping lukewarm coffee. Back at the library, Liam and I sat in my office, sipping lukewarm coffee, the silence of the room a stark contrast to the psychic storm we had just endured. My hand still trembled slightly, and a dull ache throbbed behind my eyes. The sheer exhaustion was immense, but it was overshadowed by a fragile, tentative hope. "It really feels different, doesn't it?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "The acre, the library, all of it." Liam nodded, leaning back in his chair, his eyes closed. "It does. The oppressive weight is gone. The hum, the cold. It's like a wound that's finally closed, even if the scar remains." He opened his eyes, a thoughtful, weary expression on his face. "But this has changed things, Clara. My initial thought was that Aliner's ritual was robust enough, a permanent seal. But the whispering acre, it shows that the deep whisperer's influence was more widespread, more deeply woven into the very fabric of Blackwood than we initially understood. So it wasn't just trapped in the basement, I mused, the implications settling heavily. It was actively permeating the land through those anchor points. Thorn didn't just create a single prison, he created a network of influence. "Exactly," Liam confirmed. "And while we've severed those connections, driven it from its anchors, it's like cutting off the limbs of an organism. The core might be contained, the tendrils severed, but the organism itself, the ancient presence, is it truly gone? Or just pushed back, dormant, waiting for another opportunity, another weak point?" The questions hung heavy in the air, a sobering counterpoint to our hard-won victory. We had faced monumental terror and emerged victorious, but the nature of our enemy meant complete eradication was perhaps an impossibility. "So, what's next for us, Liam?" I asked, looking at the protective obsidian heart fragment I still clutched in my hand. It was cold, smooth, and now felt like a part of me. More vigilance. He smiled faintly, a tired but resolute smile. "Always vigilance, Clara, but perhaps also a period of observation. We've done all we can do for now. We've contained it, sealed its primary anchor, and purged its secondary network. Blackwood should be truly safe for a very long time, but we need to keep our senses keen, to listen for the subtle shifts, the returning echoes. We are its guardians now, whether we wanted to be or not." Over the next few months, Liam and I settled into a new, quiet routine of guardianship. He continued his work as a restorer, still accepting projects in Blackwood and neighboring towns, but his visits to the library became more frequent and more purposeful. He would often spend an hour or two in the basement, just walking the corridors, checking the atmosphere. He also made regular, discreet patrols around the perimeter of the Whispering Acre, confirming the lingering peace of the woods. I, in turn, found myself constantly attuned to the library's subtle rhythms. The creaks and groans of the old building no longer sent shivers of dread down my spine, but they did stir a flicker of alertness, a quiet questioning. I learned to distinguish the sounds of an old building settling from something more sinister. The library, once a place of terrifying secrets, was now simply my domain, a sacred trust. The presence of the deep whisperer truly seemed to be gone. The cold spots never returned. The metallic, cloying smell was a distant, horrific memory. The flickering lights, the unsettling whispers, the psychic assaults all vanished. The library was just a library, brimming with the quiet power of knowledge, not malevolence. The Whispering Acre, too, slowly began to heal. The birds returned, their songs weaving through the gnarled branches. Sunlight, no longer repelled by ancient darkness, dappled the forest floor. The pervasive hum and sorrowful whispers were replaced by the rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of the wind. It was still a quiet, somewhat wild patch of woods, but it no longer felt cursed. Life in Blackwood slowly returned to what I could only describe as normal. The town seemed to collectively exhale. The subtle undercurrent of tension that had always hummed beneath the surface of Blackwood life, a tension I now recognized as the deep whisperer's pervasive influence, gradually dissipated. People seemed a little lighter, a little less prone to fits of inexplicable anger or despair. The general atmosphere of the town, though I couldn't prove it, felt subtly, wonderfully brighter. Sarah Jennings continued to be a regular at the library, still poring over local history, oblivious to the deeper significance of her earlier discoveries. She occasionally unearthed another obscure tidbit about the Thorne family or old Blackwood lore, but nothing that directly connected to the deep whisperer. Each time, I felt a pang of apprehension, but also a quiet pride in the fact that her youthful curiosity could now flourish in a truly safe environment. Our secret, Liam's and mine, remained just that, a shared burden, a silent bond forged in the crucible of unimaginable terror. We never spoke of the deep whisper to anyone else, not even to the kind Father Michael, who occasionally dropped by the library for a friendly chat and a cup of tea. It was a truth too immense, too horrifying to share. As the seasons turned, I decided to take a step further in our guardianship. I began compiling all our experiences, our new understandings of Alina Vance's notes, and Thorne's chilling journals, into a new, dedicated section of the further notes for the next generation. It was a comprehensive account, detailing not only the entity's history and nature, but also the exact steps we had taken to contain it, including the methods for severing the acre's anchors. I wanted to ensure that if, centuries from now, the deep whisperer ever stirred again, a future guardian would have a complete, updated guide. This new compendium, bound in sturdy leather, joined Aliner's original journal and Thorne's writings in the hidden compartment of my office safe. One brisk autumn afternoon, nearly a year after the last anchor was severed in the Whispering Acre, Liam and I were enjoying a rare moment of peace on the library steps, sipping hot tea. The air was crisp, scented with fallen leaves, and the sun cast long, golden shadows across the quiet town square. "You know, Clara," Liam said, a thoughtful expression on his face, "I've been thinking about the nature of the deep whisperer, and about Blackwood itself." "Oh," I prompted, intrigued. My mind was always open to new insights into the entity that had so profoundly altered my life. Eleanor Vance believed it was an ancient, malevolent spirit drawn to Blackwood for reasons unknown, possibly due to a unique geological or spiritual confluence, he began. Thorne, in his madness, sought to harness it, to make it a part of him, an extension of his will. But what if it's more fundamental than that? What if it's not just a spirit, but an essential aspect of this specific place? I frowned, considering his words. An aspect, like the land itself has a consciousness, and the deep whisperer is its dark side. "Something like that," Liam replied, taking a sip of his tea. "Think about the name, Deep Whisperer. The whispers emanated from the obsidian heart itself, from the depths of the earth. The Whispering Acre, where the earth hungers for its due. It's always tied to the earth, to Blackwood's very foundations. Perhaps it's a form of elemental consciousness, an ancient, subterranean intelligence that predates human civilization. And it was drawn to the obsidian heart, not just for power, but because the obsidian heart, in its unique composition, was both a source of power and a unique conduit to the earth's own energies." My mind raced, connecting the dots. So, when Thorne disturbed the obsidian heart, he didn't just release a trapped spirit. He awakened something much older, much deeper. Something that had been sleeping within Blackwood's very core. "Precisely," Liam affirmed. "And perhaps its hunger wasn't just for human sacrifice, but for energy, life energy, spiritual energy, to sustain and grow itself, to fully awaken from its ancient slumber and claim this land as its own. The sacrifices, the rituals, the anchors, they were all ways to feed it, to bind it, to allow it to permeate and eventually become Blackwood." A shiver, not of fear, but of profound understanding, ran down my spine. This interpretation, while horrifying, made a chilling kind of sense. It elevated the deep whisperer from a mere malevolent entity to something far more elemental, an ancient force of nature, a part of the earth itself. "And if that's the case," I said slowly, weighing each word, "then our sealing of it, our severance of its anchors, it's not truly an exorcism, is it? It's more like putting it back to sleep, forcing it back into dormancy within the earth, severing its ability to actively influence and consume." Liam nodded grimly. "That's my growing conviction. We haven't destroyed it. We can't destroy something so fundamental. We've simply forced it to retreat, to slumber once more. And that's why vigilance is paramount, Clara, because anything that can sleep can also awaken." This new understanding deepened our sense of responsibility, but it also brought a strange sort of peace. We were not merely battling a ghost. We were maintaining an ancient balance, ensuring Blackwood remained a place for humans, not a meal for an earthbound entity. As the years passed, Blackwood prospered. The library, under my renewed leadership, thrived. I implemented new programs, expanded its digital resources, and even oversaw a tasteful renovation of the main reading room. The old building, once a symbol of dread, was now a vibrant center of community life, a testament to resilience and knowledge. Liam, too, found a quiet satisfaction in his work. He restored other old buildings in Blackwood, always with a keen eye for unusual structural anomalies or hidden histories, though none ever held the profound secrets of the library. He never stopped being our silent sentinel, our co-guardian. We saw each other often, a comfortable, unspoken understanding passing between us with every shared glance, every knowing nod. Our shared ordeal had forged an unbreakable bond, a unique friendship born of fire and shadow. We had saved Blackwood, and in doing so, we had found a new purpose, a silent, lifelong vow to protect the innocent from the unseen. One rainy afternoon, several years after the events of the Whispering Acre, Sarah Jennings, now a bright, aspiring historian freshly graduated from college, paid me a visit in my office. She had spent her academic years studying local history and folklore, and she had returned to Blackwood with a renewed passion for its past. She sat across from me, a familiar twinkle in her eye, holding a stack of old Blackwood Historical Society documents. "Clara," she began, her voice full of excitement, "you won't believe what I found in some old town council minutes from the late 1800s. There's a fascinating, almost forgotten tradition mentioned, the Blackwood offering. It seems that every 7 years the town founders, specifically the Thorne family, would organize a discreet pilgrimage to a remote part of the Blackwood forest. They would leave a symbolic offering at a very old, specific stone cairn. The records are vague, but they refer to it as a tribute to the slumbering earth, to ensure peace and prosperity for Blackwood." My blood ran cold, a familiar chill creeping up my spine. Blackwood offering, tribute to the slumbering earth, 7 years, the numbers, the phrasing, the unsettling echoes of Thorne's madness. "A pilgrimage?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual, but my heart was beginning to pound a furious rhythm. "And a cairn, do they mention its location?" Sarah flipped through the documents. "Only vaguely, I'm afraid. It's described as deep within the ancient woods, beyond the old logging trails where 3 ancient oaks stand sentinel. The tradition apparently died out in the early 20th century, coinciding with the Thorne family's decline in prominence and the rise of more modern, skeptical attitudes in Blackwood. But it was definitely a thing, a strange, almost pagan ritual for a supposedly devout Puritan community." A pagan ritual indeed. My mind raced, connecting this new information to Liam's theory about the deep whisperer being an elemental consciousness, part of the earth itself. Was this Blackwood offering a way Thorne's ancestors tried to placate the entity, to keep it dormant, long before Elias Thorne ever tried to awaken it fully? A desperate attempt to pay adieu to the hungry earth. And the 7-year cycle, that number resonated with a primal, unsettling rhythm, a cycle of awakening, a period of vulnerability. "Sarah," I said, forcing a smile that felt brittle, "that's absolutely remarkable. Another incredible find. Can you copy those specific pages for me? I'd be very interested in delving into this Blackwood offering myself. It adds another layer to our understanding of Blackwood's unique history." She beamed, pleased by my apparent enthusiasm. "Of course, Clara, I'll get right on it. I just thought it was such a curious detail, almost like a town-wide secret handshake with nature." After Sarah left, the cheerful atmosphere of my office seemed to curdle, replaced by a growing sense of dread. I immediately called Liam, my fingers fumbling on the phone. "Liam," I whispered, my voice tight with barely suppressed urgency, "we have a new problem, or rather an old problem with a new dimension. Sarah just found something about a Blackwood offering in some old town council minutes. Every 7 years, a tribute to the slumbering earth, a specific cairn in the ancient woods. There was a moment of stunned silence on Liam's end. Then his voice, grim and low, the 7 year cycle. Clara, that's not a coincidence, that's a pattern. And the slumbering earth, it aligns perfectly with my theory. It sounds like Thorne's ancestors knew exactly what was beneath Blackwood, and they had their own way of dealing with it. Placating it, I finished, a cold knot forming in my stomach, keeping it dormant. And if the tradition died out in the early 20th century, could that be why it began to stir and eventually allowed Elias Thorne to fully awaken it? It's a strong possibility, Liam agreed. The offering was likely a way to feed it, not with life force, but with spiritual energy, with acknowledgement to maintain its slumber. When that stopped, the entity would have gradually grown restless, its hunger slowly intensifying, eventually making it susceptible to Thorne's full-scale awakening ritual. So what does this mean now, Liam? I asked, looking out my office window at the familiar Blackwood landscape, now suddenly imbued with a new, terrifying significance. The Blackwood offering, the 7 year cycle, does it mean the entity still demands its due, even in its dormancy? It means we need to find that cairn, Liam stated, his voice now imbued with his characteristic resolve. And we need to understand the true nature of this offering. Was it merely symbolic or something more potent? And most importantly, we need to know if that 7 year cycle has any continuing relevance now that we've sealed and purged its direct influence. Is the entity still subtly connected to that ancient, recurring demand? And if it is, I whispered, a terrifying thought forming in my mind, what happens if we miss a cycle? If Blackwood fails to offer its tribute to the slumbering earth for too long? Then, Liam said, his voice grave, we might have a very difficult decision to make, Clara. We might have to perform the Blackwood offering ourselves, or find a new way to appease an ancient hunger. My blood ran cold. Just when we thought the battle was won, a new, ancient threat emerged from Blackwood's hidden past. The next few days were a blur of frantic research. Liam arrived at the library with maps, compasses, and various pieces of old forestry equipment. We pored over Sarah's copies of the council minutes, Eliner's journal, and Thorne's disturbing writings, searching for any additional clues about the cairn or the offering. Eliner Vance's journal, as always, proved invaluable. In a small, almost cryptic passage, she mentioned her own brief, unsettling encounter with the Blackwood offering tradition, confirming its existence and its purpose. The old ones knew, in their own way, how to quell the earth's deep thrum. A cyclical appeasement, lest its hunger turn ravenous. She didn't detail the exact ritual, but she did describe the cairn's location with a little more precision. Beyond the Whispering Acre, where the stream bends sharply east, nestled amidst the roots of the Three Sisters, ancient oaks that predate even Thorne's folly. Beyond the Whispering Acre, Liam repeated, tracing a finger across a modern topographical map of the Blackwood Forest. That makes sense. It's further from the settled areas, deeper into the untouched wilderness. And the Three Sisters, that's a local legend about three incredibly old, massive oak trees that stand in a peculiar triangular formation. They're still there, marked on this forestry map. We meticulously plotted a course, cross-referencing Eliner's description with modern landmarks. The area was remote, requiring a substantial trek into the denser parts of the Blackwood Forest. It was also an area rarely visited by hikers or loggers, adding to its mystique. Before we embarked on our expedition, Liam insisted on thorough preparation. We're not just going for a walk in the woods, Clara. We're seeking an ancient ritual site, potentially another point of connection to the deep whisperer. We need protection, and we need a way to gauge its lingering influence. He brought out our familiar tools, several larger, smooth pieces of obsidian heart, which had proven so effective as personal wards, small pouches of Aliner's protective powdered mixture, and a highly sensitive electromagnetic field EMF detector, which Liam had adapted to sense subtle spiritual energies. This will help us detect any lingering energy around the cairn, even if it's dormant, he explained, tapping the device. The deep whisperer, or whatever elemental consciousness it is, seems to emit a distinct energetic signature. We set out early the next morning under a crisp, clear autumn sky. The Blackwood forest was beautiful, its leaves ablaze with reds and golds, but a growing sense of trepidation mingled with the splendor. We were venturing into uncharted territory, seeking answers to a question that could plunge Blackwood back into the shadows. Our trek took us several hours. We navigated through dense undergrowth, crossed babbling streams, and followed faint game trails, guided by Liam's keen sense of direction and our carefully annotated map. As we moved deeper into the forest, the sounds of civilization faded, replaced by the rustle of leaves, the chirping of unseen birds, and the occasional snap of a twig beneath our boots. And then gradually, subtly, the atmosphere began to shift. The air grew cooler, not with the oppressive, malevolent cold of the deep whisperer's active presence, but with a profound, ancient chill, as if we were stepping into a pocket of time untouched by modern warmth. The bird songs became sparser, the rustling leaves quieter, until a profound stillness descended, a silence that felt ancient and watchful. Liam's EMF detector began to hum faintly, its needle flickering erratically. "We're getting close," he whispered, his voice low. "Subtle energy readings. Something old is here." We pressed on, our senses on high alert. Soon we saw them. 3 immense, ancient oak trees, their massive trunks gnarled and twisted with centuries of growth, their branches reaching like arthritic fingers towards the sky. They stood in a perfect triangle, a natural sentinel guarding a clearing. And in the center of that clearing, nestled amongst their colossal roots, was the cairn. It wasn't a grand monument, but a simple, almost unassuming mound of rough-hewn stones, carefully stacked and arranged. It stood about chest-high, covered in moss and lichen, blending almost seamlessly with the forest floor. There was no elaborate carving, no ornate decoration, just the raw, primal presence of stone and earth. Yet an undeniable power emanated from it, a sense of deep, ancient purpose. Liam's EMF detector went wild, its needle spiking and holding steady at a high reading. A faint, almost imperceptible hum vibrated in the air around the cairn, a low thrum that seemed to come from the very earth beneath our feet. It was the same mournful, pervasive hum we had encountered in the Obsidian Heart Mine, and later in the Whispering Acre, but here it felt softer, more contained, less aggressive. "This is it," I breathed, a mix of awe and trepidation washing over me. The Blackwood offering cairn. We approached cautiously, holding our pieces of obsidian heart, our eyes scanning for any signs of direct manifestation or lingering malevolence. But there was nothing. No swirling shadows, no freezing gusts of wind, no furious whispers. Just the profound stillness and the pervasive, ancient hum. Liam circled the cairn, his eyes intently studying the arrangement of the stones. "It's clearly man-made, but it feels like a natural extension of the earth itself," he observed. "The energy here is stable, very old, very powerful, but contained. It's not hostile, Clara, it's simply present." I placed a hand on one of the cairn's rough stones. It was cold, unnaturally so, but the cold felt deep and ancient, not predatory. It was a cold that spoke of slumber, not hunger. What was the offering, Liam? I asked, trying to imagine the Thorn ancestors performing their strange, cyclical ritual here. What could they have offered to quell the earth's deep thrum? Liam pulled out a magnifying glass and began to meticulously examine the stones, brushing away bits of moss. Elinor's journal didn't say. Thorn's writings in his madness just focused on the hunger, not the appeasement. But if my theory is correct, it wouldn't have been a physical sacrifice. That would awaken it, feed it directly. It would have been something symbolic, something spiritual, an offering of intention, of reverence, of acknowledgement. A symbolic sacrifice of something precious, perhaps not life, but a representation of Blackwood's vitality. He then paused, his eyes narrowing, focused on a specific, flat stone near the top of the cairn. Wait, there's something here, faintly carved, almost completely worn away by time and weather. I leaned closer. On the smooth, dark surface of the stone, barely visible beneath a thin layer of lichen, was a delicate, intricate carving. It wasn't Thorn's raven symbol, nor was it Elinor's countersymbol. It was something else entirely. A stylized, intertwining depiction of a tree's root system, reaching deep into the earth, but also blossoming upwards into a single, radiant flower. The symbol of life, I whispered, understanding dawning on me, of connection to the earth, but also of growth and flourishing, an offering of Blackwood's vitality, perhaps. Liam nodded slowly, his face thoughtful. And reverence, it's a powerful symbol. It speaks of a deep respect for the earth's power, a plea for continued balance. This wasn't about controlling the deep whisperer or even containing it in the aggressive way we did. It was about honoring it, acknowledging its ancient presence, and in return, seeking its continued slumber, its benign influence rather than its destructive hunger. So a spiritual offering, I mused, a way to pay Blackwood's due without awakening its true hunger, and they did this every 7 years. Every 7 years, the cycle of renewal, Liam confirmed. A way to reaffirm the covenant, to reestablish the bond, to symbolically feed the earth without letting it turn ravenous. When this tradition died out, the entity gradually grew restless. The hunger returned. That's when it would have begun subtly influencing Blackwood, leading to the atmosphere of despair, the unusual occurrences, until Thorn, unwittingly, stumbled upon its full awakening. The pieces were falling into place, painting a far more complex and ancient picture of the Deep Whisperer's relationship with Blackwood. It wasn't just an evil spirit, it was a fundamental force, one that demanded respect, and if denied, would seek to claim its due. What happens if we don't resume the offering, Liam? I asked, a fresh wave of anxiety washing over me. We've sealed it, purged its anchors. But if this 7-year cycle is tied to its fundamental nature, its desire for acknowledgement, could it eventually stir again, even in its sealed state? Liam looked at the cairn, then back at me, his eyes grave. That's the question, isn't it? We don't know. We've fought a war and we've won the battles. But this is a truce, a long-standing agreement that Blackwood upheld for centuries. We severed its connection, yes, but we also silenced the tribute that once maintained its slumber. We might have forced it into dormancy, but we haven't necessarily placated its ancient need for acknowledgement. It might feel forgotten. Disrespected. And a forgotten, disrespected ancient elemental force, especially one tied to hunger, was a terrifying thought. Do we risk it? I asked, looking at the cairn, then around at the silent, watchful woods. Do we resume the Blackwood offering ourselves, to ensure its continued slumber, even if we don't fully understand the ritual? Liam was silent for a long moment, considering. The wind rustled through the ancient oak leaves above us, a whisper that no longer felt malevolent, but carried a profound sense of antiquity. "We don't have all the information," he finally said. "We don't know the exact nature of the offering, the specific words, the precise timing within the 7-year cycle. If we simply invent a ritual or perform it incorrectly, we could inadvertently awaken it, or worse, open a new channel for its influence. That's a risk we cannot take." "So we just wait?" I asked, feeling a prickle of frustration. After all we'd been through, the uncertainty was almost unbearable. "No, not wait," Liam clarified. "We research. We delve deeper into what this offering truly entailed. We cross-reference everything we have with every scrap of Blackwood history we can find. We need to find specific details, clearer instructions, and we need to calculate the exact timing of the next 7-year cycle. If Blackwood truly has an ancient debt to pay, then we, as its guardians, need to understand how to pay it correctly." He pointed to the symbol on the stone, the intertwining roots and radiant flower. "This symbol is key, I think. It's not just a carving, it's likely a core component of the offering itself, perhaps something to be replicated or represented in the ritual. It speaks of a promise, a bond between Blackwood and the earth." We spent another hour at the cairn, making detailed sketches of the symbol, taking photographs, and carefully documenting its precise location using GPS coordinates. We also took careful note of the subtle energy readings from Liam's detector, recording the fluctuations of the ancient hum. As we made our way back through the darkening woods, the weight of our new discovery settled heavily upon us. We had thought our work was done, that Blackwood was safe, but the deep whisperer in its ancient, elemental nature had a deeper, more pervasive connection to the land than we had ever imagined. We had purged its malevolence, but we had not addressed its ancient, underlying hunger for acknowledgement. Back at the library, surrounded by the quiet comfort of books, we began the daunting task of deciphering the Blackwood offering. We scoured every historical document, every obscure folklore text, every family record we could find that even hinted at such a tradition. Sarah Jennings, though still unaware of the true gravity of our research, proved to be an invaluable, albeit unwitting, assistant, constantly unearthing new historical tidbits that sometimes, subtly, informed our search. Our research was painstakingly slow. The records were sparse, cryptic, and often contradictory. The Blackwood offering was a forgotten tradition for a reason, likely suppressed by the more conventional religious beliefs that took hold in Blackwood. The deeper we delved, the more we realized how much was lost to time, how much true understanding had withered away centuries ago. Liam and I focused on the symbol carved on the cairn, the intertwining roots and blossoming flower. We theorized it represented Blackwood's spiritual vitality, its connection to the earth, and its promise of growth. We believed the offering would have been a symbolic representation of this, perhaps a specially cultivated plant or an artistic rendering infused with specific intentions. Months passed, winter gave way to spring, and the 7-year cycle, as we painstakingly calculated from the last known reference in the old council minutes, drew nearer. We estimated it would fall sometime in late summer. The pressure mounted with each passing week. One sweltering summer afternoon, as I was deep in the dusty archives, poring over a collection of early Blackwood botanical studies, I found it. A small, delicate illustration, almost a footnote, in a hand-drawn herbal guide from the late 17th century. It depicted the exact symbol from the cairn, labeled simply, the oath blossom, a sacred plant cultivated with care, offered in reverence to the earth for continued favor. Beneath the illustration was a short, enigmatic description. The oath blossom blooms but once in 7 years, its petals opening at the height of summer under the full moon. Its roots draw deep from the land, its scent a prayer, its essence a bond. To cultivate it is to keep the peace. To offer it is to honor the slumbering spirit of Blackwood's soil. My breath hitched, the oath blossom, a sacred plant, once in 7 years, full moon, all the pieces clicked into place. This was the Blackwood offering, this was the tribute. I immediately called Liam, my voice trembling with excitement and relief, but also a renewed sense of urgency. Liam, I found it, the oath blossom, the offering. It's a plant, a sacred plant that blooms once every 7 years under the full moon. Liam arrived at the library within minutes, his face alight with a mixture of excitement and grim determination. We reread the passage together, tracing the delicate illustration of the oath blossom, its roots deeply intertwined, its petals radiating outwards like a star. "This is it, Clara," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "This is the answer, the missing piece. It's not just a symbolic gesture, it's a living offering, a plant specifically cultivated to embody Blackwood's vitality and its bond with the earth. Its bloom, tied to the 7-year cycle, is the physical manifestation of the offering. And it blooms under the full moon at the height of summer," I added, checking a celestial calendar. "That's in 3 weeks, Liam. The next full moon. We don't have much time." "No, we don't," he agreed. "And we don't even know what the oath blossom is exactly. The guide describes it, but doesn't identify it by common name. It's likely a very rare, perhaps even mythical, plant. Or it could be a common plant, but its cultivation involves a specific, ritualistic process that imbues it with its sacred properties." Our new task was clear: identify the oath blossom, discover its cultivation methods, and prepare to make the offering at the cairn in 3 weeks' time. The fate of Blackwood's continued peace, its quiet slumber, rested on our shoulders. The next few weeks were a frantic race against time. We delved into every botanical and horticultural text in the library, every local flora guide, every piece of Blackwood lore, searching for clues about the oath blossom. Liam contacted his various contacts in the world of antique restoration and obscure history, hoping someone somewhere might have heard of such a plant. But the oath blossom remained elusive. No plant in any known botanical record perfectly matched the description or the drawing. It was as if it existed only in the realm of this ancient, forgotten ritual. As the full moon approached, a palpable tension settled over us. We had come so far, overcome so much, only to be stymied by a botanical mystery. The specter of the deep whisperer, no longer a raging beast but a patiently waiting, slumbering hunger, loomed large. Finally, just a week before the full moon, Liam stumbled upon a small, unassuming footnote in a discarded copy of Elias Thorne's personal observations on Blackwood's flora and fauna, a book we had largely overlooked, deeming it irrelevant to our initial search for the deep whisperer. In this footnote, Thorne, in a rare moment of lucidity amidst his descent into madness, referenced a local legend. "The hearthbloom," he wrote, "a common wild flower, native to Blackwood, which grows in sheltered spots, often near ancient trees or forgotten paths. The old ones believed its blossoms, if carefully nurtured and given a draught of pure spring water at dawn on the summer solstice, and blessed with words of reverence to the earth, would transform once in 7 years into what the old ones called the oath blossom, a living testament to Blackwood's enduring spirit, whose bloom, offered at the full moon of summer, kept the earth's ancient hunger at bay. Liam's voice reading Thorne's words was a low murmur in the quiet of the library office. My heart hammered against my ribs. The hearth bloom, I whispered, staring at the delicate illustration of the oath blossom, a common wildflower right here in Blackwood. It makes sense, Liam said, slamming the book shut with a quiet thud. Why wouldn't Alina Vance mention it by a common name in her journal? Because the oath blossom isn't a distinct species, it's a transformed hearthbloom. The cultivation and ritual are what make it sacred, what turn it into the offering. And Thorne, in his dissent, recorded it almost as an afterthought, an obscure local legend he didn't fully grasp, I added, my mind racing. He understood the hunger, but not the appeasement. He saw the source of power, but not the path to balance. But we do, Liam said, a fierce light in his eyes. Clara, the summer solstice was just a few days ago. If we can find a hearthbloom that received pure spring water at dawn on the solstice, we might still be able to nurture it. The footnote doesn't say we have to perform the ritual at the solstice, only that the plant receives the water and blessing at that time for its transformation to begin. And the full moon is exactly 1 week from today. I finished, checking the calendar. We have 7 days to find a hearthbloom, prepare it, and bring it to bloom, a living offering. The urgency was palpable, a thrumming vibration beneath our skin. We didn't waste another second. Liam, armed with his knowledge of local flora and my memory of the botanical illustration,